You're listening to Bourbon, Beards, and Belvederes, the podcast where whiskey, cigars, and beard products aren't just a hobby, they're a lifestyle. Hosted by Adam, Paul, and Jerry, three guys with real experience, full beards, and even fuller glasses. Each episode serves up thoughtful tastings, laid-back cigar talk, and honest takes on beard gear and beyond. From top-shelf pours to everyday essentials, this is the place where conversations flow as smooth as the whiskey. So, pour a glass, light one up, and enjoy the ride. This is Bourbon, Beards, and Belvederes.
Welcome to Bourbon, Beards, and Belvederes. I'm Adam.
And I'm Paul.
And I'm Jerry.
And today we've got a very, very special guest with us, Mr. Todd Matonich from J. Mattingly Bourbon. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing fantastic.
Great.
Little prelude to the before we went online.
That's right. We've got a, he's here in person. Anybody that's watching on YouTube, you can see that. Most of our guests are not here in person with us. We're very, very blessed to have Todd with us. He's got a wealth of stories to talk to us about. His role with J. Mattingly, his experience in the military, and his life before any of that. We want to hear about all of that. We're really excited that he's here. As always, we're starting with our palate warmers. Mine and Todd's are the exact same. So I'm going to go ahead and let Todd tell you that what we're drinking, and then we'll move on to Jerry and Paul.
Woo!
Yeah.
So we are actually sipping from Rabbit Hole. How the hell do you pronounce that?
That is
Belvederes?
the Belvederes.
Belvederes.
Yeah.
Damn. It's a Kentucky straight bourbon whiskey finished in Oloroso casks.
Mm-hmm.
Limited edition. It's a double barrel. And I'm enjoying the hell out of it right now. To be honest with you, it's got a from the actual odor, it's got a hint of mint in there. It kind of gives you a refreshing taste on the palate.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of gives you that. I just popped a mild mint in my mouth to correct my breath from drinking too much PBR. But yeah, it's smooth.
Oh yeah,
What's
that's 110.
Oh, that's a sweet spot too.
Yeah.
Oh, they found the sweet spot on that bad boy. I'm telling you what, that's the one thing you're going to find out, especially as the more we speak, and the more we go on through this podcast, is I'm not proprietary or discriminative. If somebody asks me about a different distillery, I'm going to tell them.
Sure.
I still drink my Eagle Rare.
Yeah.
My 10-year.
Yeah.
12-year, I didn't really care for it too much.
Not had it yet.
It didn't knock my socks off like I expected it to.
Okay.
So I stick with my 10-year.
Okay.
I also do my Sunday morning rituals with the Buffalo Trace Bourbon Cream.
There you go.
Elijah Craig 1792 is one of my all-time favorites. I'm not discriminative.
Yeah.
And when I say I've become a bourbon drinker from a beer drinking family, they're probably turning over in their grave right now. But unfortunately, I've developed a taste for bourbon, and I love it.
I mean, that's great considering what you do. We'll get to that shortly. But
absolutely.
Your family, if they were to move down here, they would probably become bourbon fans as well.
I guarantee it. Yeah, my oldest son has already become a bourbon fan. He kind of has to do something with his daddy working in a distillery.
Sure.
He's still a proprietary. He's nothing but J. Mattingly.
Oh, is that right? Okay. Well, there's nothing wrong with that.
He gets it for free for crying out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, he's shit about it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's one of those things where I moved down here after I married my wife back in 2000. So I've actually got more years in Kentucky than I do back in Michigan.
Okay. So you're a Kentuckian.
I'm a Kentucky colonel.
I am as well. I don't know if you saw my license plate, but I'm a Kentucky colonel.
So I got the POW on my A plate on my Jeep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense.
But the bottom line is I am a Kentuckian.
Yeah.
I don't sound like it, but I act like it.
That's all right.
And I'm about as I was a hell of a redneck before I moved down here because I come from a town of about 3,000 people. So our deer can't years and years and years had outhouse.
Sure.
So, yeah, we got smart. We started taking toilet seat, quick detached toilet
There
seat.
you go.
We started taking toilet seat into the camp with us to keep it warm. So when you had to carry it, you just tucked it inside your jacket and walked back out to the outhouse.
Yeah, that's a good idea. For sure. And we're better for it to have you here in the state of Kentucky. I've been hanging out with Todd for the last 2 hours. We've shared some stories. We got some similar stories.
Oh yeah.
We got some stories that are, Todd has some stories that I'm not too similar because I couldn't serve, but he's a Kentuckian from Michigan, and nothing wrong with that. I've got some friends that are exactly the same. I got a buddy that's from Michigan. He doesn't live in Kentucky. He lives in Elkhart, Indiana, which I'm sure you know where that is.
Oh yeah.
But he is actually two. Now that I think about it, there's two of them that live in Elkhart, and they're as redneck as you can get. And I love both of them. They're my brothers.
Well, Elkhart, you're dealing with redneck and the Amish.
Oh, yeah, they are.
That's
they are
a whole
redneck.
Different crossbreed right there.
They are redneck. And what's funny is we were talking about our buddy that's a firefighter earlier, Mike, the one that got into the trailer at Mattingly. He can see Elkhart. He lives in Indiana. He doesn't live in Elkhart, but he can see Elkhart from his front yard. So it's just a wild ride that I've been on.
He lives on the north end of the parkway.
No, he lives south of Elkhart.
Really?
I think.
Okay.
Or maybe he does. We'd have to ask him. We can get him on the show and ask him sometime, I'm sure. But you might be right. You know the area better than I do. I'm just going by what
you wouldn't want to be on the south side of Elkhart.
Yeah, he lives.
You'd see a lot more than just Elkhart.
I can't remember the name of where he lives. He doesn't live real far from Notre Dame, and our other buddy Jay.
Oh, so he is on the south side.
Yeah, that's what I thought. And
he's he's in between Elkhart and South Bend.
Could be. And then our other buddy Jay, they're like best friends. Our other buddy Jay actually works. Well, Mike worked for the fire department there at Notre Dame, the college itself, and I think Jay still does.
Okay.
Mike is in charge of the academy now. So and Jay's a captain. Actually, I think he's moved up. He was a captain when I met him. I think he's moved up for captain. So they good dudes putting their lives on the line, riding the boo-boo bus, doing all the things they need to do, and they're good guys, and we love those guys.
That's part of the reason why I put law enforcement, EMT, and firefighters on that challenge.
Yes, sir.
We're not discriminative in any way, shape, or form. I don't care if you come in and tell me you're Coast Guard. I'm going to harass the shit out of you, but I'm not going to hold it against you.
You're Navy. You have the right. You have the right to do so.
Well, I'd like to think I earned the right.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. That's why you have it. But I've got some friends that were in the Coast Guard, and I give them no shit because
they got the cool shit.
They do have the cool shit. They really do.
I just wish in my younger years I would have done better.
Yeah, the Navy has some pretty cool shit too.
Okay, I will say that. But Coast Guard, man, they're not as, how would you say it, controlled or policed.
Yeah.
Like the Navy is.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've got protocols that we have to go by.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where the Coast Guard is more like a local military.
Okay.
Almost like a militia on the water.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when they come across, a tugboat that looks suspicious, and they're boarded, and they're locked and loaded, safety's off, ready to go. Whereas the Navy, we got to have safeties on, and we got to have certain protocols.
Sure.
And we have to sound off a certain way, to get information before we engage.
Sure.
Which I thought was stupid as hell, but that's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Coast Guard, they go in banging doors.
Yeah. Well,
I was like, man.
They're kind of like a militia and kind of like a police force,
yeah,
all rolled into one. But yeah, I've got a buddy that retired from the Navy. He was a master chief, and he was talking about cool shit. He spent his entire career on a submarine. So and that was back during the Cold War. He said that he got to play around with GPS.
Yeah.
Before that was released to the public, he got to take pictures of a Soviet era sub from about 20 feet below it. And that sub had no idea that they were there. Like, that's pretty fucking dope. Like, that's cool as shit. You know what I mean? So, moving on. Let's go to Jerry. You're next there. What are you warming up with?
I started out, what was that? 2 hours now. With what was it? Barrel Bourbon, their 10-year anniversary. Just
Very
because the J. Mattingly stuff I have is all 120 plus proof, so I wanted something a little bit lower to kind of help bring it up. I finished that. I was kind of drinking that while I was setting up out here, and then I had a little bit of Adam's blend from when we went to J. Mattingly 3 years ago, give or take. Had a little bit of that left at 122 proof. I've now moved on to my own blend at 125-ish proof. The not so poor man's pour when we had our old podcast of poor man's pour. This one is, I think Adam's was MGP and Green River.
It was
a little blend, and the one I put up blended was 3 different Green River barrels. One of them was had a bunch of staves in it, and it was very there was a lot of particles in there, I would say, when I thieved it out of there. And then I have another bottle I'll go to a little bit later, but that's a light whiskey at like 130 something proof, so that's going to be a little bit later down the road once my palate goes. But right now I'm stuck to the my blend that I did a couple of years ago. But going back to the Coast Guard talk, a buddy of mine in high school joined the Coast Guard a year, or he went to college for a year, maybe a semester, and then joined. I think he was like, they were patrolling between the U.S. and Cuba or somewhere, and like you're saying, they do whatever. So him and a couple buddies took the dinghy out to go patrol, aka go fishing. And while they were fishing, they came across a pallet of just bricks. So they hooked it up to their dinghy, got back to the boat, and now there's pictures out there of him and the 2 guys that were patrolling. There's no fishing poles whatsoever.
That's right.
So yeah, they were out there fishing because they got bored doing nothing else, and they found a pallet of fucking boxes or little bricks.
That's a good fishing trip.
And there's pictures. I'll have to see if I can find a picture of who was it? It was, I don't even remember, him and a couple of the guys he was with, and then I don't even remember who the government official was, but they're just sitting there and they're all cheesing it. But he used to love telling that story.
And going back to the bottles that we blended there, it was funny because I was across the room. I'm sure you remember how that was all laid out.
Yeah, it wasn't a big room.
Yeah, it wasn't. But
you could have probably spit and hit us.
You're right.
Yes.
Right. I was over there. I was tasting that MGP, and all of a sudden I hear Jerry over there across the room going, Adam,
get your ass over here.
Yeah, you have to come try these. And we tried all 10 barrels, and we found 3 that were the best amongst the 10. But it was just, I mean, holy shit. And that was like I said, that was 3 years ago. That was before Green River started doing their contract distilling and all this. And I just couldn't believe how incredible those barrels were. They were
like I said, that one barrel was as black as my cutter.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was so much char floating in that thing.
Well, I've got several 750 milliliters of what we call good. So good in the distillery world, or J. Mattingly world, we double filter. So when we actually pump it into the bourbon cow, we actually double filter it. So the first filter is what catches most of the char.
Okay.
So that filter, and it's probably maybe a little over a foot tall, and it's a microfilter from a pool. Okay. Mm-hmm. So we order them in, and we'll actually double up both those filters. Well, one filter will be as black as my phone.
Yep.
Okay. And the other one will be colored like bourbon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So after we get done running and bottling bottles, we'll actually take that first filter, we will microfilter it 3 more times, just to make sure we get all the char settlement out of it. And then we'll actually bottle it, and they'll give it to me for samples and gifts and stuff like that, because I network with a lot of military and law enforcement, EMT, firefighter organizations, and I'll give them a little taste of the good, because that char, as micro filtered as it is, it's still black to you can't even see through the bottle. But when we say it's good, that's where all the flavors at.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you right now, that stuff is phenomenal. And I've got several bottles in my office at the distillery that I use for networking purposes.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I'm like, if you really want to know what the good stuff is, it's not the light colored stuff in the bottle.
Right.
Blacker than the ace of spades? Yes. That's what you want. Because that char actually holds that very similar. And I'm telling you right now, that is the bomb. The bomb. I have a hard time giving that away and not keeping it for myself. I'm one of the spoiled kids that, he wants to keep everything from Christmas. I don't care if it's yours or, hers or whatever the case may be. I want to keep it. I don't want to give it away. So, and I'm notorious for buying Christmas gifts and keeping them for myself. Just saying. It was a really cool idea, so I'm going to buy another one. Oh, man.
All right, Paul, what are you drinking?
I started out with, I do have the pineapple Modelo that I got in the mug, but in the Glencairn, I got some Cedar Ridge Barrel Proof picked up yesterday.
I just killed a bottle of Cedar Ridge the other day.
So good. Big cinnamon bomb, 116 proof, really good bottle. But I did find a sample of some Poor Man Pour Bourbon 30. MGP, Green River MGP.
That's Adams.
Yep, so I'll get into that here shortly.
So go back to what was in your glass.
So it's out of Iowa, it's Cedar Ridge.
Okay. All right.
Barrel proof.
All right.
It's their small batch number 5. It's 74% Iowa corn, 14% rye, 12% 2-row malted barley. It's a blend of barrels aged 3 to 4 years. It's really good, like $50.
Okay.
It's really
Yeah,
good.
they do some good things over there. Between their bourbon, I've heard good things about their rye. I haven't had it, and then they have a single malt line. Whether it's the standard stuff isn't peated, and then they have one that's slightly peated, and then they got a a cask finishing series. The one I have is finished in 3 different brandy casks. I think it's pear, peach, and I can't remember the other one, but they finish it in 3 different brandy barrels and blend it together. I think I sent the guys samples. If not, I can get more samples. I'll get you guys more samples anyways. They do good things.
The one thing I will say, even though I've been in Kentucky for 27 years, 26 years, I'm preceding myself a little bit, but bottom line is I've developed a palate. That's a curiosity palate more than anything.
Sure.
Just because I work for Jay Mattingly doesn't mean that I don't want to try different things, newer things, unique things. Because in all, in essence, it opens up your imagination. It opens up you to trying new things. And that's one thing at Jay Mattingly we're all about is sampling, R&D. And I'm telling you right now, you got to dip your toes in the water, whether you've been in that water before or not. Because the bourbon world is constantly evolving.
Oh yeah,
Constantly
absolutely.
evolving.
Absolutely.
When you think you've got something dialed in, you're foolish. Because you always got to be thinking ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and on that note, something I want to bring up. I sent you guys an article yesterday. I'm sure you guys looked at it, but there's a case that's being brought in front of the federal government, and it was brought in front of the federal government a couple of years ago in Texas, and the Hobby Distillers Association brought this in front of this judge, and a federal judge in Texas ruled that distilling your own liquor for personal use at home was unconstitutional, or the ban against it was unconstitutional. And that's been in front of the Court of Appeals for a while. Well, the article that I read yesterday, it's in front of a judge in Louisville, I guess. I think I read that properly. Maybe I didn't. But apparently a ruling could come at any moment to make it federally legal to distill your own liquor at home for personal reasons.
You can brew your own beer. Why not?
You can brew your own beer, make your own wine. Why the fuck not? Well, the reason why, I'll tell you why, is because in the alcohol industry, the government makes its tax money from liquor sales, not from wine and beer.
Yeah.
And that's where it comes from. You're taking money out of Sam's pocket. You know he's going to get pissed off.
Uncle Sam is dead.
Exactly. But, if make it a gallon every now and again, or a half gallon or whatever, for your own personal use, who gives a shit, right? So,
well, the key there is you're producing it for yourself,
right?
If you produce it for yourself, why should the government care?
Exactly.
So,
but the reason that this pertains to what we were just talking about is because, there's no telling what kind of innovation can come out of somebody's garage. The bourbon game is always changing, ever changing. Who knows what somebody has up their sleeve at home?
Yeah.
Why not allow them to? Because it's not easy to break into the bourbon game as a distiller or a blender or anything like that. I got hired briefly at a distillery, and I say briefly because I could only make it through the training, but it was an hour away, and I found out that I was falling asleep on my travels home.
oh yeah.
So I was gonna die if I kept going, because I have a hard time staying asleep when I drive at long distance.
Staying awake.
Yeah, staying awake. I said staying asleep. Staying awake at long distance.
That's okay. I'm dyslexic.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that.
No.
But at any rate, there's it's not easy to get hired as a distiller.
No, it's not.
That's something you want to do, right? So if you can do it in your garage and innovate and bring new things to the bourbon world, why not? And right now, things are a little tough in the bourbon world. The bubble it's leaking if it's not burst, and the curve is going down as far as bourbon goes, and that's commonly accepted in the bourbon world. It's a cyclical thing.
Yeah.
It'll come back around eventually, but of course you've got to deal with that. If bourbon makes up 25% of the spirit game, you got to deal with that other 75% of the circle.
Yep.
Right. While it's on a down curve. So why not have some innovation? Why not have some guys that make up some things that are like, hey, this is, try this and whatever.
Yeah. Part of that down curve though is a lot of these craft distilleries that are flooding the market right now.
Sure.
So people have gotten away from touring your big corporate distilleries, Buffalo Trace, Woodford Reserve, the list goes on, Angels Reserve, the whole 9 yards. And all of a sudden these craft distilleries are starting to, from a tourism standpoint, they're starting to really boom. Okay. Mash bills can change.
Sure.
You just file it with the TTB.
Sure.
This is our mash bill. We're asking for approval. They approve it. We age it. We serve it. So I mean, it's constantly evolving.
Right.
It's not dying. It's slowing sometimes, but it's not ever going to die.
Sure.
The bourbon world is a lot like the IT world. It's job stability.
Sure.
So unless this entire country goes dry, bourbon is never going to go away.
I don't ever see prohibition happening again. That's not going to be a thing.
No, because we're a lot better armed than we used to be. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right.
We got a better fight at this point.
That's exactly right. Yeah. I remember hearing the story about, I can't remember who it was, but they were talking about, it was a foreign leader, and he was saying how he didn't want to invade America because he wasn't worried about our army. He was worried about our people.
Worry about the personal militia.
That's right.
Okay.
That's right.
Do not worry about the military.
That's exactly
And
right.
Problem is most of the personal militia is prior military.
Yeah.
So
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So, yeah.
oh man.
So again, we want to welcome Todd. We're very, very blessed to have him here with us.
Thank
We're
you.
very excited to have him here with us. You're absolutely welcome. And
I am
thank you
going to
very
pour
much.
some more.
I appreciate that.
I'm sorry, guys, if you can virtually taste this. I mean, we'll give you all the notes you need.
You'll
Just
be-
pretend you're actually tasting it.
You'll be
We'll
tasting
taste it. We'll taste it
Or-
eventually. I got enough.
Oh, he's
Over.
loaded over there.
I got enough over here. I'll taste that stuff eventually.
So we've established that you're not from Kentucky. However, we want to hear about where you are from, your early life, all that good stuff.
Oh Lord.
And take us right up to, and yeah, I mean, we might have questions. So take us right up to the point where, let's go to 18. Let's go from 0 to 18,
Oh,
and
Lord.
go beyond that
Yeah.
eventually.
Born and raised on a beef farm in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, right
Mhm.
across the Menominee River from Wisconsin. So yeah, we had a successful beef farm, pulled Hereford, horned Hereford at one time, and then we started getting into crossbreeds,
Okay.
Key Cross, Charlotte Cross, stuff like that. 12 years of 4-H, so I was raising 2 steers a year, from our own,
Babies.
yeah, basically. So
Your own
I mean,
herd.
you'd help calf them, you'd fatten them up, and you'd sell.
Sure.
But that was the way of life.
Mhm.
So I mean, from that standpoint, I was a worker long before most people knew what work ethic was.
Mhm.
My first paying job was at 10 years old. I worked in a township cemetery.
Okay.
So I mean, I was raking leaves, mowing grass, and digging graves.
Okay.
And as a 10-year-old, making $2.05 an hour. I really couldn't have got into the working world any
Sure.
better,
Sure.
because you've seen the start of life and the end of life.
Mhm.
But at the age of 13, I got a farmer's permit, and literally anything that was licensed by a farm, I could drive.
Mhm.
So I was working for our beef farm, working my tail off, getting up at 4:45 every morning, going to bed sometimes 10:30, 11 o'clock at night.
Mhm.
And during the summer times, I would actually accent that by actually working for the dairy farms that were close by us.
Mhm.
So I was making, at the age of 13, I was making $15, $16 an hour.
There you go.
So a lot of my buddies were like, always trying to get me to go out and party because they knew I had the money. But I've never been without a job since. So the work ethic was established at a very early age. Now I do compliment my grandfather and grandmother, as well as my stepfather, who just passed away last August. He had been my stepfather for 54 years.
Mhm.
Died of the 4th type of cancer that he fought. And started with prostate cancer, and that spread. He ended up in cancer in the lungs, and eventually all his lymph nodes were absorbed by that. So, yeah, it's I lost my first father at the age of 6. He was 29. He battled pancreatic cancer, and in the 70s, that was just a death certificate waiting for a date.
It still is to this day.
Yeah.
50
So,
years later. Yeah.
And then I found out it was genetically transferred.
Fuck.
So I went through all the genetic testing, all of that stuff, and lo and behold, at 56, I'm still here.
Thank God.
I don't know if I call that a blessing or a curse sometimes, because I didn't think I was going to make it this far. So I lived my life like there was, on the edge. I raced everything legally, except a car. I built mud trucks, rock crawlers, raced snowmobiles across country, the whole 9 yards. So, I mean, I was not a bored individual.
Mhm.
But I didn't want to let life go by without experiencing as much as I could. At the age of 17, I firmly decided that I was going to join the military. I already had some college classes behind me and graduated and turned 18 in boot camp, which is not the place you want to have a birthday, for the record. That was the longest 24 hours of my life. And probably the most push-ups and sit-ups I've ever done
good.
in my life.
What a gift.
as well as burpees and everything else. I remember my drill sergeant bringing me into, and he was just a short little guy, all of about 5'2", and he literally pulled me into the vending room for the drill instructors, and it had 6 vending machines in it, and probably about 4 feet in between them, and no ventilation. The only ventilation was keeping the door open, and he'd shut that door, and I mean, he worked me out for probably a good 4 or 5 hours, to the point where I seen perspiration dripping down the front of the vending machines. And he decided he was going to play a prank on me, and opened up a can of Mountain Dew, cracked it open, set it in front of me, and he said, "You do 50 push-ups after this workout." He said, "I'll let you drink that Mountain Dew." Of course, in boot camp in that day, back in '88, was no caffeine, no nicotine, no nothing. And I finished those 50 push-ups. I wanted that Mountain Dew.
Yeah, I bet you did.
And that son of a bitch tipped it over
as
I was pushing. And that's when I realized Navy guys don't let anything go to waste. Whether it's a beer, a bourbon, or even a Mountain Dew. At your worst moment in life, you will suck the shit out of that floor to get every last drop of Mountain Dew up off the floor. And that's when he realized he wasn't going to mess with me anymore. I said, "Buddy," I said, "I used to eat bologna sandwiches spreading shit in the fields with no cab on the tractor.
Right.
Chunks of cow shit flying by you." Okay. And I said, "So don't think I ain't going to suck that Mountain Dew, all 12 ounces of it off the floor." And so, yeah, after that, my boot camp got a little easier. But at that point, I'd been through a lot of stuff. I was angry at the world. But other than that, I survived.
Yeah.
And, it made me a better warrior because of it, because I had that pent up anger, and the military taught me how to focus it. So, and that's where I was at, Now, was I an asshole? Oh, yeah. I felt the world owed me everything because they took my dad.
Sure.
But, the military turned me around.
Mm-hmm.
And, a lot of people say that the military is a blessing and a curse. Well, it's more of a blessing than a curse for me.
Oh, good.
So, but it also taught me a lot of respect for what we have here in this country today.
Yes, sir.
So a lot of military people will understand when I say, when we see America being disrespected from internally, it's like getting a metal sliver underneath your fingernail.
Sure.
And they don't understand. They just think we're angry and resentful, and it's not. We fought blood, tears, sweat for this country to keep other countries out.
Yes, sir.
And you want to deface or throw shit at a veteran, don't think it's not going to come back, because it will. So
just know that there are at least 3 people that ever see something like that happen in front of us. We will be right there to have your back. And I know there are many, many more out there that are like us.
Absolutely.
I can't, my dad served. I've got several cousins that served, uncles, it's not something that we're willing to put up with, but we definitely respect and appreciate what you and folks like yourself have done. And that's why it's such a big part of what we do here on this podcast, is to do what we can to support veterans. A lot of there's so many veterans out there that own beard oil companies. Now we've had so many on this show, and we love having them on, and we want them to, if it's somebody that we haven't talked to yet, we want you to reach out to us and let us know so that we can get you on here and showcase your products. But that's something that bothers us as well. That just, if not simply for the fact that you guys gave up your lives to go do this, we love this country, and we're speaking just personally, to hear, especially this younger generation with their bullshit.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
It just
absolutely
runs all through me, and I know where it's coming from. We talked about it earlier. It's indoctrination that's being handed down from the universities into the high schools, and middle schools and whatever, and it's right out of the Communist Manifesto. It's right out of Karl Marx's book, and it pisses me off. It pisses me off to no end.
Fascism and socialism.
It is, and
bottom line,
and here in this country, it seems to be more socialism than anything, and that's a soapbox that we don't need to get on because we've covered that extensively in this.
Let's stick to
show.
the bourbon and the beers.
Yeah, let's do that. Getting back to what you said, though, you
don't want to derail me.
Now, one of the things that you said was that you raced everything except cars. Let's go back to that for a minute, because I can tell by looking at your face that you've raced a car on a road at least one time in your lifetime. So let's go ahead and talk about that for a minute, because I think that you grew up a redneck. It might be Michigan, still a redneck. You raced a car at least.
I was born and raised as an adrenaline junkie.
Fair.
Well, actually, I wouldn't say I was born and raised. I was born an adrenaline junkie. The thrill was everything. So I've raced everything from go-karts, 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers, dirt bikes. My first dirt bike, I was age 8. Bought it with my own money from actually selling a steer at the state fair, Michigan State Fair.
Okay.
So, it was used. I had to replace the fenders and most of the plastic, but for the most part, it was my start. And from there on, it was just downhill. So I've raced everything from snowmobiles, cross country. I've raced the Sioux 500 3 times with 3 other teammates. We built the machine ourselves. It's a 500-mile endurance race on an oval in Sault Ste. Marie, Michigan. And I'm telling you, it still goes on to this day. It was just held about a month ago.
Okay.
And it's grueling. It really is.
It sounds like it is.
So I've raced everything from dirt to ice, studded tires, dirt bikes on ice, to where you're laying it down, your foot is extended between your front wheel and the ice, to where it's actually shredding some of your leather because of some of the side grip on the actual screws that you screw into your tire will actually rub against your pant.
Okay.
So yeah,
you've done it.
I'd like to. I hate the phrase "been there, done that."
Yeah.
But I didn't hold back. If I wanted to do it, I chased it. I went and did it. 3-wheelers were the suicidal machine back in the day. But damn, I there wasn't a thing that I didn't have that wasn't modified by myself. So I've been tearing apart engines since I was probably about 11 years old.
Okay.
It's just. It was a hobby at that time. And I raced all the way up until I was about 35. So at 35, I met the snowbank. Yeah, it was a rough day.
I bet it was.
Because there was about 3 of us involved, and came into a half-mile oval, came into turn 1, ducked down low, and the guy behind me clipped my back tire and collected 3 of us and ran us all the way out to the outside the corner into, when it's 20 below, snow doesn't tend to
give.
It tends to harden.
Yeah.
So it's not that fluffy white shit that most people see. So when we hit, we actually got launched over. And of course, when you get launched over, you're dealing with ice crusted snow on the other side.
Sure.
And so the impact is one thing. The landing on the other side is another. You see 3 bodies flying through the air, as you're rotating. And sky, ground. Oh, look, there's another body. And as you land, you're sucking air, and all of a sudden, you see the machines coming. And you're like, oh, shit, this is going to hurt. Yep. I was right. So, yeah, it's that was when I realized, you know what, you need to give this shit up.
Yeah.
Because I knew it was going to be at least 3 weeks before I could even think about walking again.
Sure.
So with the life I lived up to that point, I realized I deteriorated my body to the point where it takes several weeks to recuperate.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, you know what? Mm-hmm. And at that point in time, I shifted to coaching younger generation.
Okay.
And I'm still an adrenaline junkie. Don't get me wrong. I'm a biker. Okay. When I'm by myself, I'll push the boundaries.
Yeah.
If my wife or my girls are on board with me,
Sure.
it's a whole different story.
Sure. Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm on guard at that point. But when I'm by myself, it's not that I'm suicidal. It's not that I'm reckless. It's just that feeling of being free.
Sure.
And that thrill of the adventure. And that's what drives me to be who I am today.
Absolutely.
So.
Yeah. I mean, fuck. I wish that I could have ridden dirt bikes and all that good stuff, but it just wasn't in the cards for me. It always looked like fun.
Well, I'm not saying my body benefited from it. I can tell you that. It didn't.
Sure.
Several surgeries, I snap, crackle, and pop like a box of Rice Krispies when I get out of bed. So,
Same.
I mean, trust me, hindsight 2020. Yeah.
Let's get into your military service. You said you joined at 17, and you were how old when you retired?
I actually did 6 years.
Okay.
I didn't retire because of the job I was in. So 6 years in the Navy. I actually went through launch specialist schools. So I was dealing with everything from ballistic missile launchers to SR-5 launchers to torpedo launchers.
Okay.
Everything from subs to surface ships. So I was actually assigned to a duty in San Diego after tech school and boot camp. And basically what I was assigned to was to travel the entire West Coast, upgrading launchers on all guided missile cruisers and DDGs and fast frigates.
Okay.
So I was basically traveling most of the time, bopping from naval port to naval port. Went to Hawaii a couple of times. But after three and a half months of doing that, of course, we were upgrading launchers for torpedoes, surface-to-surface missiles, or surface-to-surface torpedoes, which is the Mark 50, that's the latest and greatest thing. But about 3 months into it is when they pulled me off because I had filed for being an explosive ordnance disposal, defusing bombs, and I had to apply for it.
Mm-hmm.
So after about 3 months of being on the West Coast, they actually filled my billet and flew me back over to Eglin Air Force Base in Florida.
Okay.
And that's where I started EOD training. From there, I went to Panama City, Quantico, Coronado Island, and eventually spending the last 4 of my 6 in Hawaii.
Okay.
It's a tough gig.
Yeah, I bet it was.
Tough gig. For a 19, soon to be 20-year-old getting stationed in Hawaii was
For sure.
holy shit, you won the lottery.
Yeah.
And after about 6 months over in Hawaii, I realized there was a constant evolution of women touring Hawaii. So you had your general pick of wherever you wanted, knowing that after a week they were going to get on the plane and fly back to the States. So, didn't have to worry about one night stands at that point. But yeah, that's the military for you. We got to find our niche in the system. And that was our niche over in Hawaii. And I'm telling you right now, there's a couple of times I've rode my mountain bike into Waikiki Beach. And I remember coming home to the base, except there's stop signs on that bike path.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And occasionally I'd forget to put my feet down when I came to a stop. So I stopped riding my mountain bike into Waikiki Beach. So I started hitching rides at that point in time. So, but no, Hawaii was great. Moving on with that, I spent 3.5 years traveling 7 different countries, hostile countries, hot zones, as we call them. Countries that I never want to go back and visit.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure.
And that's when it changed me as a person.
Mm-hmm.
It changed me as an individual and how I look at life. Made me realize there's more to life than just adrenaline.
Mm-hmm.
So that's it. While I was in, of course, when you're diffusing bombs, IEDs, these are devices that aren't built. in a factory.
Right.
They're built in living rooms, bedrooms, back sheds,
Kitchens.
kitchens, upstairs bedrooms. You never know. They don't have a wiring schematic to them.
Right.
I mean, hell, half the time you had to trace the wires to figure out what was going where. So it created a sense of stress that nobody could really imagine. You can't explain in words. So when I put my blast suit on and put my helmet on, and I've seen the inside of my shield sweat from my own perspiration and my own body heat, it gives you a sense of what kind of stress I was under. Throw in 100-degree weather, sometimes 112-degree weather in the desert, that takes you a whole different level because you're not in it for 5 minutes to defuse a bomb. I mean, the longest it ever took me to defuse a roadside car bomb was actually 3 hours and 37 minutes.
Good Lord.
So, and they had me on the timer. So
That's crazy.
yeah, you know, they my second tour in Iraq, I was under the command of the U.S. Army, 11 Bravo. Basically, I was escorting utility transports, any new pathways that was going to take us to the region to get, whether it was diesel fuel, munitions, water, you name it. If it was a new path, we had to go out in front of them to make sure the path was clear.
Sure.
When you do that kind of stuff, you're susceptible to ambush, roadside bombs, landmines in the middle of the road, pressure plates, trip wires, you name it. The list goes on and on and on. These guys didn't have access to what we have access to. So creativity was the ideal thing.
Sure.
And stealthy was even probably more deadly than anything. It's just one of those things where you try to describe it. You try to describe that feeling. But when I was under my second tour, they had a nickname of me, for me, and they used to call me BJ. Has nothing to do with my name. It's typical BJ stand for format, blowjob. Okay, don't go there because I didn't have any chapstick with me. Okay, but the bottom line is, I asked them one day. I said, "Why do you call me BJ?" They said, "Because if you can't diffuse it, you blow it." I was like, you know what? BJ it is.
Yeah.
I'll accept that. But after about 5 years into it, I was actually in Somalia. And that's when I realized that I started doing research and I started paying attention. And I realized that not a lot of VODs make it the full 20 years to retire. There's a two-part that. Your mental status and the fact that you clicked the wrong way. It's a 50-50 shot.
Sure.
So when I re-enlisted, or when I wanted me to re-enlist for another 6 years, I asked them, I said, if you can guarantee me 3 of the next 6 non-deployment, I will re-enlist in a heartbeat. And they denied me of that. And I said, then I'm going home to start a family.
I don't blame you.
And give back to society and my community. So that's kind of where my career ended. But here I am today.
Yeah.
And I'd like to think that I've done some type of good in my time past my military experience.
I think you have. And we're definitely going to get to that, Rolling Thunder and that in a little bit. We need to put you in touch. We talked earlier about putting him in touch with our buddy Brian. We need to put you in touch with our buddy Ryan. Ryan is the proprietor of Fire and Flask.
Nice.
Whiskey. He makes his whiskey with purple corn, but he did exactly what you did in the Navy.
Oh, shh. I don't know if you want to put us together then.
It's a really good dude.
Nothing good can come from that.
He lives close by. I met him at Total Wine here in Lexington, and that's how we got him on the show. But he did bomb diffuser in the Navy. He was never deployed, I think, is what he told us. But that was his job in the Navy.
Yeah.
So
wasn't he underwater?
Yeah, I think he might
he
have
was
been underwater,
UID.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think he was underwater. But I mean, fuck, bomb's a bomb. I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, underwater's got its whole other, whole other degree of difficulty and all this. I'm sure.
Oh, trust me,
But-
I've dive certified, and I'm telling you right now, that's the part of the EOD that I didn't want nothing
Yeah.
to do with, because depending on the temperature of the water
Yeah,
and the density of the water,
Yeah.
and when I say density, like Persian Gulf,
sure.
high salt content. A lot of people say you float. Well, particles don't float.
Right.
You know, if you don't diffuse a bomb underwater appropriately in the Persian Gulf, you're just going to be stagnant at whatever level that bomb went off.
Oh, good.
You're not going to float to the surface,
You're gonna get blown to bits.
but you're going to be in pieces,
Yeah.
and you got to accept that.
Yeah.
So I was Operation Persian Gulf in the beginning when I first got deployed. I went through Desert Shield, protecting the oil rigs, both on land and in the Persian Gulf, from the owners blowing it up.
Mhm.
Doesn't make sense to me. When you're guarding literally an oil field,
Sure.
and they're firing at you,
Right.
and it's their oil field.
Looking back at that situation, fucking, they'd set that shit on fire.
Oh yeah, they
Who
didn't
give a
want
fuck,
anybody
man?
else to have it unless they were getting paid millions of dollars for it. And I was like, "This is stupid. This is your job stability. This is your lifeline.
Mhm.
Are you that vindictive?
Mhm.
Are you that evil?" And then
No.
that first shot that rang out, I was like, "Oh, so this is how it's going to be. Okay, all right, game on now."
We now know, just speaking through a conspiracy lens, Paul and I are, our ears are going to perk up on this, but we now know that Saddam Hussein was a CIA shill, and he didn't give a fuck about anybody.
Nope,
Except
himself.
So I'm not surprised to hear anything that anybody has to say about that man. Thank God I'm guessing he's dead. Who really knows? We've got theories about Jeffrey Epstein too, and that motherfucker. I'm pretty sure he's still out there in Israel.
I can pretty much assure you, through mutual acquaintances, that Saddam is no longer an issue.
Okay, so I'm good with that. Fuck
Now,
him.
Osama bin Laden is a different story.
I'm not real sure about him either.
But
That's a whole different conversation.
You want to get me on a conspiracy
Oh no,
podcast? Trust me.
we'll have you on that show too. We'll have you on that show too. We'll sit here and get drunk as shit and talk about that all day long.
By the time we're done, clowns are evil.
right.
Even though I love the shit out of clowns.
But that's awesome. Just about anybody that you talk to, or at least anybody that I've talked to that has military experience, did something really cool, had a really awesome job. I've heard some that not so much,
And the thing is with military personnel, don't assume. Everybody does a job in the military.
Yeah.
And everybody's job is just as important as the other person.
100%.
So from logistics to supply to admin, right down the line,
Mhm.
every bit of that feeds all these other divisions.
Absolutely.
And it's a team. And that's the one thing when somebody comes into the distillery and they're a veteran, they're like, well, I was just a supply specialist. Well, you know what? When I had to wipe my ass
You needed that
in a
toilet paper.
porta potty,
Yeah.
oh wow, the porta potty is glorified compared to what we had. You're shitting basically into a half a 50-gallon drum that could be slid out and burnt at any point in time with kerosene, diesel fuel, whatever we had available. So I don't downgrade anybody's position in the military at all, ever. Because I'm telling you one thing, we used to call the toilet paper John Wayne.
Yeah.
Okay.
John Wayne toilet paper, rough as hell, doesn't take shit off anybody.
Exactly. You wipe for hours. Okay. So when these
Your asshole bleed.
yeomans and admins used to get us our mail, and we had packages of Charmin, which would go for $150 a roll in some places.
God damn.
So yeah, I mean, I'm telling you right now, you want to make money. It wasn't about doing a high-tech job in the military. It's about how much you could, how would you say it, funnel through the system. Toilet paper, cigarettes, candy bars, you name it. You know, and toilet paper was probably her high end outside of a pack of Marlboros. So I would literally get when I got deployed, I would literally buy 2 cases of Pall Malls, filterless, and then I'd get 2 cases of Marlboros, and I would pack them up, and they would go back in our container, and then we would, collect them when we got in country. So a lot of people knew I had extra cigarettes. So a lot of people knew that if they asked me to bum a cigarette, I was going to pull from my left pocket, which is Pall Mall with no filter.
Okay.
And they'd still pay $5 a cigarette for it.
Absolutely.
Towards the end of deployment, they were paying anywhere between $25 and $50 for a pack.
God.
But I would never sell my Marlboros.
Yeah.
Until I knew I had enough to make it through the end of deployment. And then whatever I had beyond that, I would sell for $100 to $150 a pack.
God.
And I'm telling you, I didn't make my money by banking, my hazard pay, my combat pay, any of that. That was my living. Everything else, and I had one staff sergeant actually tell me that's borderline slush fund. I said, no, slush fund is giving people money. I'm giving them product.
There you go.
And he hated me. God, he hated me. Of course, there was several other stories about when we would actually get back out of country. Back in Hawaii, we would have panty competitions. Basically, you have from 9 o'clock at night until midnight to collect as many panties from as many different women as possible at the bar. And whoever had the most panties stuffed in their pockets by the end of the night won. So we would actually, and there were several of us involved. And they didn't specify size. And I want to say that very distinctly, okay? Because they would all be hitting up all these, fragile little women that wear these petite little thongs that looks like they couldn't cover up your pinky. Well, I had an ulterior motive. I'd hit the big girls.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And I love them. Don't get me wrong. But they are the most willing to give up their panties. Just saying.
What was the prize?
Well, it depends on the pool.
Okay.
So we'd all pitch in $100, depending on how many people were in there. You could actually win anywhere between $2,000 and $30,000 in a night.
Shit.
So, yeah. But we used to get a lot of officers involved in this. We thought their shit didn't stink. They were the greatest thing that walked the face of the earth. And we had to humble them, And I had one saying that was not fair that I was collecting granny panties. And I said, we said panties. We didn't specify thongs.
Right.
We didn't specify G-strings. We didn't specify anything. And we didn't put a size limit on it. So, kiss my ass. That's how you think outside the box. No pun intended on that one. Sorry.
Right. So, let's see. If I'm doing my math right, you were 23, 24.
24.
When you left. And what happened after that? What was your
so basically,
what was your path to Jay Mattingly?
Oh God, it's several stepping stones.
Okay.
But when you get on the military, your transition is difficult, especially for combat veterans. And I'm not pettying anybody that hasn't done combat.
Sure.
It can still be difficult because you're so used to structure.
Right.
And a lot of people think that military structure is just a term. It's not. It's an actual thing. They structure you in that format for a reason. So you stay focused on your job because you know how important your job is. So when you get out, that structure isn't there. And for combat veterans, it's kind of a twofold. You go from hostile countries where everybody wants to kill you, to a respectful, free country like America. So you go from looking over your shoulder, head on a swivel, 365, 360 degrees, 24/7, 365. And it takes several years for that to wind down. So a lot of people that come home that have served in combat probably suffer worse, if I should say, because of the simple fact is you never know what's around the next corner. So to try to transition that, and of course it depends on your job in the military. Defusing bombs isn't exactly something that you're going to go to local McDonald's and say, I used to defuse bombs.
Right.
Can you give me a job? And they're going to be like, hell no, get the fuck away from me. Like I used to blow shit up.
Right.
Well, that's another story, but that's beside the point. So your transition is different. I covered mine for a little over 3 years with alcohol. And that was my weapon of choice to numb me as a person. I wasn't an alcoholic. I wanted to be numb. I didn't want to feel anything. So for 3 years, a little over 3 years, I was 24/7, 365, shit-faced. I would do my normal job, which I was actually doing local delivery at the time. I went and got my CDL, and I was delivering septic tanks with a boom truck.
Okay.
So there's a lot of days I'd show up feeling like I got my ass kicked, and trying not to drink during work. So it was a difficult transition for the first 3 years. I quit drinking after 3 years because I met my first wife, who gave me 2 beautiful children. I won't deny her of that. No matter how much I despise.
Yep. Feel that pain.
She gave me 2 of the biggest gifts of my life because it got me away from drinking. It got me away from thinking that I didn't give a shit about nothing. And next thing you know, I'm raising 2 kids. She ran off with one of my best friends less than 2 years into the marriage. I didn't date for 12 years after that. So I focused on basically all my kids. And I wasn't going to let them go without having a father figure in their life.
Sure.
So it was difficult. I came down to Kentucky to visit a few friends of mine back in 1999. And I was here for about 4 days. I took 2 weeks vacation. I was here for about 4 days, and I said, I'll be back. Jumped in my 1994 Jeep Wrangler at the time, 5-speed, soft top. And the soft top was a lot to be desired for. Looked like I had streamers coming off the back of the Jeep most of the time. But I went back to Michigan and basically pulled everything out of my savings, sold the house that I had at the time, packed up everything I owned in a U-Haul trailer and the Jeep. I couldn't see through my rearview mirror. I could barely see my mirror on the passenger side. And I came back down, and within 48 hours, I had my own place. I had a job, and I was setting up a new location for life. And it was probably the best thing that ever happened.
Nice.
I met my wife shortly after, my current wife. And she's, well, actually, I went through a short marriage in between. It lasted all of about 6 months. Thank God for annulment. She was prior Jehovah's Witness, and I'm not knocking on any religion by any means, but she was shunned by the family.
Oh.
So she had a lot of baggage.
Okay.
I had a lot of baggage, and that baggage didn't mingle. It didn't mesh, and so 6 months in, she thought I was the devil. And I told her she needed a place to live, and she took 2 of the 4 dogs that we had, and pretty much every piece of furniture and pot and pan that we had at the time. And I said, you know what? It's not the first time I started from scratch.
Yeah, that's right.
And it was 2 years later, I met my current wife, and here 17 years later, here we are with 2 additional kids. Love them to death. And I love my wife to death. She is my rock, my savior, my angel. And, just thinking about her keeps me on the straight and narrow.
Sure.
And love it.
That's great.
I love it. Everybody has a path. And whether it's a bumpy speed bump loaded path, it eventually smooths up.
Sure.
So anybody out there who's struggling right now with whether it's mental health, physical health, whatever the case may be, make sure you know who your inner circle is, because that inner circle is the most important circle of your life. Those are going to be the ones that help you through the rough times as well as the good times.
Sure. Absolutely.
And I have a great small inner circle that is phenomenal people. And my wife is one of them. So I was gifted with 5 kids, 2 boys and 3 girls. And after being in the countries and the being around the religions that I've served in these hostile countries, I think it was a reminder that, God is in control.
Sure.
I don't mean to get religious by any means, but I stopped asking what else and what next.
Yep.
Because he has a very humorous way of saying, hold my beer. So I've learned that.
Sure. Absolutely.
But now I'm on the high end of life. And lo and behold, after 20 plus years in the IT world as a wireless engineer and project manager, I've got 3 degrees that I didn't want my GI Bill to be wasted. So I've got 3 degrees that I haven't worked in any of them. I became a self-taught wireless engineer and IT specialist. And, if somebody tells you that you're too dumb to do it, you can tell them to kiss your ass.
That's right.
Because you put your mind to it, you can do anything. But then I ran across Jeff.
Yeah, so we'll get to Jeff in a minute. I have 4 degrees and 3 of them are in IT, and I don't use any of them.
So you feel my pain.
I do, because I have
Well, it's not really painful.
No, it is, because I have $132,000 in student loans. That I have to pay back. So yeah, it is painful. I've got an associate's, a bachelor's, and a master's.
Damn.
And I absolutely, it is painful. But I had no aspirations to get into the IT world until I wanted to be a surgeon, and I had a seizure on the way to class, and I couldn't make it. And then the next time that I saw the program director, she's like, I'm not going to let you graduate. Yeah. I didn't know that was against the Americans with Disabilities Act. Yeah. If I had known, I would have sued the fuck out of some motherfuckers.
Yeah.
But I was like, all right, fuck it. I'll transition to IT. And that's what I did. And that's what I do now. Yeah, I do feel your pain. I've got those degrees that don't mean shit for my job, at least. They might mean shit on a resume if I were applying for a different job, but it is what it is. Still,
well, it just goes to show that you and I and several other people in this country, in this world, it doesn't matter what we set our mind to do. We can do it.
That's right.
Whether we prefer to do it that way or not is a different story.
That's right.
But the bottom line is you put your focus and your mind to it, you're going to get it done if you're driven to do so.
And so, beyond that, like I said, we're gonna the last thing we're gonna touch on is Rolling Thunder, because I want that to be the biggest part of what we actually talk about here. How did you, we mentioned Jeff just a second ago. How did you end up linked up with him and working for Jay Mattingly, because that's ultimately what we're here to talk about is Jay Mattingly and the things that they do.
Well, and everything leads up to it. And whether people say it's just small talk or not, your path is chosen for you.
Sure.
And the one thing that I noticed when I got back into serving the community, serving the veteran community, the networking that I was creating, the people I was forcing myself in front of,
Okay.
whether it be a politician or another organization, led me to where I'm at today.
Okay.
So I've always wanted to serve the veteran community. Never really shied away from it, just didn't know how to do it.
Okay.
And I know that sounds odd considering I just said, damn. But anyway, sidetracked, derailed. I always served, but wanted to be as effective as possible.
Okay.
So I was basically serving Patriot Guard riders at the time, escorting veterans to their final resting place.
Yeah.
And then I ran across Stephanie and Justin. Okay. Stephanie and Justin were two people. One's Justin is actually from Tennessee. Stephanie is from Lexington, Kentucky. And I know through the inner circle of friends I had at the time, Stephanie and Justin were part of the circle that I ran with. And my wife currently was part of that circle. I'd known her since 2005. So if you think that 2005 we hit it off and everything went great, at that point in time, it was just friendship. She was engaged to another guy and she ended up marrying him. I was actually part of their wedding. And I know that sounds bad.
Nope.
But I've actually got a picture. The only picture she saved from her wedding after the divorce was the picture of me and all the groomsmen with her husband holding her laying vertical, or horizontal,
Okay, yeah.
sorry,
Yeah.
in the picture. Well, lo and behold, I'm the one holding her ass. I told her that was fate. But yeah, we all ran in that similar circle. Gary and Carolyn Moore as the mother and father for Stephanie. Stephanie and Justin lived in Belgium.
Okay.
One was working for Nestle, and I'm not sure which company the other one was working for at the time. But Carolyn had just spent 2 weeks over there with them, and brought her to the airport. And that's when Belgium airport got bombed by a suicide bomber.
Okay. I remember that.
Carolyn was actually in security at the time. Got knocked down, but didn't get affected by it physically. Mentally more so, yes. But Stephanie and Justin perished in that suicide bombing in Belgium. So when they got flown home after they were claimed, identified, missed several weeks, a lot of the veteran organizations would not accept them as an act of war, even though it was a terrorist act to American citizens.
Mm-hmm.
So Rolling Thunder, at the time, I knew a couple of guys in Rolling Thunder, and they said, lo and behold, we're going to do this. We're going to escort them home. And I had a motorcycle at the time. I had mental out. And they gave me the date that they were being escorted home.
Mm-hmm.
And I was showed up as part of that escort at the Lexington Bluegrass Airport. And we escorted them to the funeral home for preparation. And that's when I realized I needed to be a part of Rolling Thunder because they stepped up when nobody else would.
Okay.
And I've been a part of it ever since. In fact, I got Stephanie and Justin's patch on my vest. I wear it proudly. So yeah, organizations can stand out to you
Sure.
in the most trivial times. And like I said, I've been serving them ever since. So over 10 years now, and coming up on 8 years as president.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't change it for the world.
Awesome.
Rolling Thunder is all about our prisoners of war missing in action. We've brought home, just to the state of Kentucky, 37 MIAs since 2017. And that's not even counting the active duty suicides, active duties, KIAs, law enforcement, killed in the line of duty. So we serve the community as well as the veteran community is, in a whole. And we take it very, very near and dear to our heart. So we got great relations with all law enforcement officers throughout the state of Kentucky. So when an MIA is ready to come home, and we got the dates, we got the location, first people I call is Kentucky State Patrol. They usually set it up, and then from there we set up every county and city that we pass through that would bring them home. And it becomes a big ordeal. It becomes a big, big ordeal. We're currently at less than 1,300 MIAs for the state of Kentucky. We're at 1,293, 14 just from Vietnam. That still have not been identified. 4 from the Cold War. 2 of them are civilians. I think 32 from Korea, if I'm not mistaken, and the remainder is from World War II. So, yeah.
That's a lot from World War II. Wow.
Yeah. And, I'm a lifetime member of the VFW 680. So I've been named as the state prisoner of war missing in action officer for the VFW throughout the state of Kentucky because I keep such close stats on it. I'm constantly on the DPAA website and staying on top of it because nobody should be forgotten.
Sure.
And the 37 that we brought home, those dog tags are strapped to a bear that my daughter's built for me. That's strapped to my tour bag. And he has a paracord lanyard, and all 37 of those dog tags are on that bear because I don't ever want them to be forgotten, even though they're on American soil. That's not their ending.
Right.
Their stories will continue on. So that's Rolling Thunder in a nutshell. Okay. So you can kind of see where my commitment to veterans as well as prisoners of war missing in action. So when working into Jeff Mattingly, when I met Jeff, I was presented in front of a very patriotic individual who didn't serve himself, but he has family members, a grandfather, a father, a son that has actually served. And he believed in the 10% tithing. And he wanted to be able to get back to the veteran community. So all of our military bottles that we produce at J. Mattingly give back 10% of the revenue, minimum, before profit is removed across the board to these veteran organizations that we vet and we deem worthy of assisting. And that's the key word is vetting. Sure. Because there are some organizations that will pay, 32, 40 cents to $1 out to the veteran community because they're paying their CEOs and their staff top dollar. And that's what got wounded warriors in jail. So I'm very, how would you say, discriminative and very, God, how would I say it? Detail oriented and driven when I vet an organization that says they take care of the veteran community. I want to know what's coming in. I want to know what's going out. And if you're a nonprofit organization, whether you're paying your staff or not, you have to have transparency. So I look for that transparency. I dive into the background. The back office is the deep search on the internet to be able to find. Amen to that. I heard that pop. I do a deep dive into what they're actually putting back out into the community, and that's important. Sure. And a lot of people say, why does it matter? It matters.
It definitely matters. Absolutely
Because
matters.
I want to know the people that I've served alongside, whether World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Cold War, Desert Shield, Operation Persian Gulf, Iraqi Freedom, whatever the case may be, Epic Fury.
Mhm.
They're all my brothers and sisters.
Absolutely.
And I want to make sure that whatever we're doing from a distillery standpoint is not hindering the veteran community from being taken care of.
Fair. That's great. And you brought this amazing bottle here that's clearly
It didn't break, and it was empty.
clearly veteran and military oriented. This combat action
Yes.
recipients bottle comes with this great medallion, the spinner medallion. That's I guess you could call that a fidget spinner if you needed to. I mean, it's really fucking cool.
Yeah, that design is actually based off of the actual combat action badge that's awarded to people that have served in combat and sustained direct enemy fire. So
So Paul, Jerry, I gotta pop in here real quick. You guys have any questions?
by all means, blow me up.
So, what is your title with Jay Mattingly?
Okay, so Jay Mattingly, I'm actually the director of the military division. So what I do is I coordinate with these organizations and propose bottles that everything from mental health all the way down to specialty divisions. As long as we can get a trademark infringement released, we will actually represent. So we've represented like Night Stalkers, 173rd Regiment out of Georgia, 10th Mountain Infantry, law enforcement divisions from Kentucky State Police all the way down to your local community police department, the FOF, Fraternal Order of Firefighters. I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. And I think last year I did 23 different military division bottles that I released throughout the 12-month period. This year I'm going to reduce it back a little bit to make a greater impact. So we're actually going to reduce the amount of bottle types that we actually produce, but enhance the actual donation going back to these organizations. So the one thing that I've learned is there's a ton of organizations out there, and I don't want to discriminate against any one of them. But the one thing with us is we don't carry every division the same every year. We always change it up. We rotate. And that's the one beautiful thing that I love about my job is I'm always looking for something new. Because there's this thing called oversaturation. So if you create too many of the same specialty division bottles, it kind of becomes numb after a while and your sales kind of decrease. A lot of people ask and bash us on Facebook and social media, Instagram, TikTok, that we're just trying to make money off of the veteran community. I want them people to understand and know we're not here to make money off of them. We're here to sustain so we can continue to give back. So everything that we produce is cutting us enough to keep the program going. But the donations don't diminish, they increase.
So what is your role actually with the whiskey? Are you involved with tasting?
I'm everything from tasting and blending to designing the bottle labels, all the way down to working with the organizations to design the color of wax that we use. I actually bring people in from these organizations to actually put the blend together and or do a single barrel pick. So we have actually had the 82nd Airborne come in for the Kentucky chapter reunion back on February 27th. And while they were there, the national director of the 82nd Airborne Association actually did a single barrel pick for the 80th anniversary of the national convention down in San Antonio, Texas this year in August. So they're going to produce whatever that barrel produces as far as number of bottles, and they're going to offer it to the convention registrants, and that will actually help them. We cut them a really good cost on it for them to enhance everything they can to make money for the association, because that association, believe it or not, pays minimal on their staff, and actually puts out to not only former but current and soon to be future 82nd Airborne Association enlisted men and women. I don't mean to discriminate against women in any way, shape, or form. Some of the best people I've ever served alongside are women, and I trusted them a lot farther than some of the men I actually served with. They got a little bit more of a spiteful, vengeful side. So I worked that to my advantage. So that's what I actually do there. So I'm in all parts. I give tours, I give tastings, I give JMAT experiences, I give single barrel picks, right down to hell. I've gone in and corked bottles in production. So there isn't a part of that distillery that I haven't touched.
And talking about the distillery and the experience, just for a normal person coming in, not doing a barrel pick or not involved with an organization, just somebody stopping in off the side of the road that wants to come and take a look at you guys, what does that experience look like? Like, what kind of things do you offer for the person coming in to just check you guys out for the first time?
Well, I tell you what, we are a small craft distillery. If you think you're coming into a corporate world, you got another thing coming. The only thing that we've got scripted is the history of J. Mattingly. Okay. Outside of that, you're going to get a personalized individual experience. You can come in 3 days in a row and get somebody else to give you the experience completely. And you will experience 3 different types of experience just from having 3 different people, because we're not scripted. We're blue collar workers. We're normal Joe Schmoes off the street that enjoy bourbon and work with pride, TLC, and commitment. So, I mean, if you're going to come in and have an experience with me, you're going to probably have this sarcastic, laughing, great time. I may have to pour you back into your car by the time we're done. But if you come back in the next day and get Bev or Sherry or Sen or Dakota or Cameron, and the list goes on, you're going to get a different experience, because we're not tied to hiding our personalities. And those personalities make who this distillery is today. I've had more people come in and say, hey, we just had, a tour over here at this place, which is a higher end, 50, 60 year distillery. We have them go over to 100-year distillery. But when they leave our place, they know they've left our motto in 100% of you walk in as a guest, you leave as family. And that is 100% of what we're all about. Bourbon isn't just about the flavor. It's not about the proof. It's about the experience. It's about the people that stand behind the bourbon.
Right.
And it's about the people that enjoy the bourbon.
That's right.
So that's the one thing that we have capitalized on, is knowing that we don't have to be this corporate entity. We can still be blue collar workers and enjoy what we do and enjoy the people that come in.
And having met Jeff and now Todd in person, I can honestly say that family aspect of it it's a real thing. Like
Yes.
I said, Todd is, he showed up. I opened my front door briefly to tell him to come down to the garage because the dog was trying to get out.
He wouldn't have liked the taste of me. I taste like shit.
She would still be licking you.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
she'd probably be eating shit like y'all, trying to get that shitty
Maybe.
taste out of her.
Maybe.
Mouth.
But as soon as I opened the
She might be a
garage door-
big ass dog, but in her mind,
baby.
she thinks she's a little puppy. Like this.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
When the few times I've been at Adam's house, like she was like right here or right here or right here, just thinking that she was this little like 10-pound dog when she's almost 10 times the size of
I've got to pee. So I'm probably going to witness this firsthand here shortly, because there's too many houses outside of his garage for me to pull the redneck style of using the latrine.
That's why I do this in the back patio. I got fence around.
Well, we got to teach this guy how to do it.
Right out that window is my pee spot.
Really? Yeah. Seriously?
Yeah.
That dog can't get through that fence,
No,
right?
she can't.
Well, she ain't going to get an appetizer anyway. So. I told you I was an open book, unfiltered.
Little Vienna sausage.
Oh, shit. Should be lucky. I'm 56. It's done gone by now.
If you would like to use the actual bathroom, you can. This one is, you can go through there and take a left, go up the stairs, and then it's going to be, this one's out of commission right now. Just once you get up to the top of the stairs and around the hallway, go down and it'll be
Jesus Christ, did you draw me a map on that?
Yeah, I can't do that.
Holy shit. Fuck.
There you go.
How about the fence out there?
I mean, that's up to you. That's up to you.
Hey, basketball.
All right. Yeah, just on the other side of the cans there, you're good to go.
Oh, yeah.
But I can say that after having met Todd, the first thing Todd did when I opened up the garage door was give me a hug. Jeff, anytime I see him, it's a hug. It's just that family atmosphere is definitely there. So it's very cool, especially after the fact. Like I said, Jerry and I went there 3 years ago, and it was just a cool experience on its face.
Yeah.
Now having gotten to know, some of the folks that are involved in the workings of it, it's even cooler, and to have one of those guys just, come over to my house and hang out and drink and talk to us here. That's pretty damn cool. I really like it. I like their products. I like what they've got going on as far as their outlook on the bourbon community and people that buy their products and all these things. It's really cool. And,
so while we're waiting for him to come back, you're not smoking a cigar. You got your cigarettes. Paul,
yes.
What are you smoking on right now?
Oh, I forget. Oh yeah, I had the McAuliffe Blue.
Oh,
yeah. I ordered some cigars for us for. I sent you guys packages. You probably get them tomorrow. I got a latte flavored cigar for our coffee episode that we and then some what are they called? Irish Hulk, I think. So the package mostly has some St. Patty's Day episode stuff in it for us. So I ordered off of a new place that I'd never ordered from before called now I don't remember what it's called, but I'll pull that up so I can give them a shout out because it's a pretty cool little store that was good shipping, that had good products and stuff. So I ordered some from there and I just threw in a couple extras in the basket for me and this McAuliffe Blue. I smoked McAuliffe in a while, so
yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, so that was a good one. Trying to think of the name of this. It's a place I'd never even heard of before. For ordering cigars, and I'll find it and I'll shout it out in a minute. It was like Zeal. I forget now. It's gonna drive me crazy until I find it.
I started out the day with a Karen Berger by AJ Fernandez, her 25th anniversary. Is that gonna come through or no? There you go.
Yep.
Nice.
That one was a lot stronger than I thought it was. It was a fantastic cigar. Dark cigar. I just, for some reason, wasn't thinking it was going to be that strong. And after, I don't know, the first inch or so, palate kind of acclimated. It was first cigar in, I don't know, a week or two. But it was fantastic. I've moved on to a new one from the ROCF factory. This was out of the what is that called? Now I'm feeling my call. the factory direct, where it's like $35, I think, and they send you 4 to 5 cigars, all most of the cigars that you can't get into US sort of deal. Ish from BAM Cigars. He's the one that founded the ROCF factory. And this one, I don't know much about it, but it's definitely a lot lighter cigar. Going fantastic with these 120, 130 proof whiskeys. That first cigar, drinking these heavy whiskeys, definitely started putting me down. But this lighter cigar is going really good with these heavier whiskeys, and I probably should have started with this one. But 2 fantastic cigars today.
Very cool. Now, Paul, did you pour that J. Mattingly yet?
I did. That's what I'm working on right now. It's pretty good. I was surprised. I'm going to top it off a little bit more, but
he was surprised that you could blend your own damn whiskey so damn good.
Well, that's a common factor. The people worry about what it's going to taste like when they get home because they're not sure where they were at when they tasted it last.
That's what my issue was when I did my blend. We were about 15 plus barrels deep, and at the time it was fantastic. Adam tried it, or 3 or 4 of the buddies we were with tried it. They thought it was pretty good. I got home, and I was kind of scared to open it up. Like I knew it was going to be good. Like I said, it's 3 different barrels of Green River that at least 2 of them, if not all 3, had extra staves added to it. So I knew it was going to be good, but I was like, yeah, is it going to be as good as I remember? And it was still pretty fucking good.
Yeah. Well, I have a lot of people ask me how long bourbon will last inside of a bottle. I said, as long as you keep it out of direct sunlight and extreme heat,
That's right.
It'll last 25, 30 years.
Yep.
They ask me, will it lose flavor? If you let it go that long to where it loses flavor, you shouldn't be buying bourbon in the first place.
That's right.
But that's
as long as you store it.
Sense.
As long as you store it right, out of the sunlight, with the cork on it, in a somewhat AC'd environment. Doesn't even need to be cold. It just needs. It'll last forever. I have bottles in there from when I first started trying different whiskeys. Adam was able to get us some Wild Turkey from early 2000s, was it? I think it was 2007, 2009, somewhere around there. Still tastes, that little sample that Paul's show. It still tastes just as good as it did back then, and a lot better than the Wild Turkey 101 nowadays. As long as it's stored in a decent environment, out of the sunlight. The sunlight's the big part of it. You have it last forever. I got some. Now that I'm thinking about it, I got some bottles from my grandfather when he passed away that are probably 15 years old. And it's just Dewar's White Label and Johnny Walker Green, because that was his 2 bottles that he drank. It tastes the same as you would just go to the store and buy a new bottle. But they've been sitting in a cabinet for 15 plus years and taste just as good as when you open them.
Yeah, it's funny you say that, because I was just home when about 4 or 5 months ago, when my stepdad passed away. Me and my mom were kind of going through some of the basement things and stuff that she hadn't seen in years. And lo and behold, she busted out the liquor cabinet. So there's bottles of brandy, Wild Turkey, Jameson, Seagram 7. And I said, damn, those are still around? She's like, what do you mean they're still around? She said, how do you know how old these are? I said, well,
I used to drink.
How old are you yourself? I said, because if you look at the label and you hold it just right, you will see the nick from my pocket knife and where the level was. So I knew where to fill it back up to. I said, now the proof is probably well diluted at this point.
It's mostly iced tea now.
And I won't tell you what my 4'11", 150-pound mama told me, because I don't mess with her even at 79, she moves her hands too quick. I still flinch. But she did find out that I was a lot more adventurous than most people. And I told her, I said, you can't let your liquor stick around for 30, 40 years, Mom. You've got to drink it. And she's like, well, I'm not an alcoholic. And I'm like, I know you drink a brandy old fashioned every damn night. Okay. So, and I'm more of a whiskey sour kind of guy, but lately here in the last probably 10 or 15 years, I've been definitely going with the neat bourbon and whiskeys. And every now and then I will actually take my rock glass and I will actually put it in the freezer for about 30 to 45 minutes before I actually pour. So you're still drinking it neat, but you're bringing that temperature down. Oh, man, I'm telling you one thing right now. People are like, you're a borderline alcoholic. And I'm like, no, I'm a connoisseur.
There you go.
Difference there.
That's right.
Yeah.
I've been drinking PBR for probably 40 years. Okay. Don't tell me I'm an alcoholic. I just know that there's a good PBR and a bad PBR. Just depends on how many times it's been chilled and warmed and chilled and warmed. Oh, man.
Real quick, I want to shout out that cigar company. It's called Zeal Cigars out of Arizona, Zeal, and they have a whole bunch of their own line. But when I got the package, this label was on the package, the Zeal Team 6.
Damn.
So I don't know the backstory or what they're all about, but they had good prices on some good cigars that I couldn't find anywhere else. So figured to give them a shout out.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I'll have to look. Huh. You go to the website, it says no California shipping.
That's pretty much everything.
And one of their
not in California, you ain't gonna get it.
Well, one of their questions in their FAQ section says they do ship to all military bases, which is kind of cool too.
Very cool.
Absolutely. And we're at J. Mattingly, we're actually trying to and attempting to get into the arsenal to where we can actually start selling our military bottles and our bourbon 30s on basis. And
cool.
So we kind of got the in right now with Fort Bragg and working on Fort Benning. So once we get that okay, and once we get our foot in the door, that's when everything's going to take off. So we're actually bringing our pricing down to be more affordable for the enlisted men, to where you're not buying $100 to $150 bottle of bourbon. We're getting it down into more of the $70, $80 price range. So that is our goal. We're always, from a business standpoint, we're always trying to make sure that we can better ourselves to better the community. So, the business model is constantly changing, but the core values of it are staying strong, and that's the important part.
Absolutely. Yeah, 100%. Meeting Jeff in person was one thing, but once I found out about the military side of things, veterans and things of that nature, it was immediately something that appealed, because it's something that we try to focus on here. Like I've said,
We appreciate that.
It's very important to us, but it should be very important to everybody.
Well, from a military veteran standpoint, trust me, we appreciate that. We do. Because there's times that we don't feel like there's a lot of people standing in our corner. I carry every day.
Yeah, same.
Because this world has come to a point where I got family to protect.
Look at kids. Yeah.
If you think you're going to come at me with a pistol and think I got nothing but my fists, think again. But the bottom line is you got to be ready at every turn of every corner. Whether you're in Lowe's, Walmart, Target, Myers, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. My wife is like, why do you carry at church? Mass gathering.
Yeah.
That's all I got to say.
Right.
Mass gathering.
That's right.
Yeah. You ever seen, what's that movie, Kingsman?
Yes.
Where he goes nuts and kills everybody in that church scene. That's a wild scene. But there you go. That was in the church.
For the record, that was a cult, not a church.
Yeah, that was a cult, but it was in a church.
Well, they met inside of the church.
I don't know if it came through, but when you were talking about carrying in all these places, someone shot a firework off over there. And as you're talking about it, I hear a pop over there.
Well, I'm glad I didn't hear it because I would have probably disappeared from the view of the camera.
It was like
it
was perfect timing, or like Target, Walmart, pop, Meijer, and I'm just like, the fuck? I look over and as you see a little glow in the sky, I was like,
about 3 years ago, my neighbor across the street, who is no longer my neighbor across the street, decided to light off a mortar, and it wasn't a visual spectacular thing. It was just a sound mortar. But I was not anticipating it, and it was in broad daylight, and I was on my front porch smoking a cigarette, drinking a beer, and the next thing you know, I was being pulled off the top of him in his yard, and had no idea how I got there or what I was doing. So
just kicked in.
It was just a response, a reaction.
Yeah.
And
I got a buddy who's similar. If he's the one shooting off the fireworks, it's fine. Good. Yep. But if he's around the house and it goes off, he goes into this fight or flight mode, and it's
and there's not much flight.
He was a Marine for, I can't remember if it was 8 or 12 years. He's seen some shit. It's one of those. I'm sure you're the same way. Like, don't talk about it until you start drinking. Then when you start drinking, it starts coming out a little bit, and
we loosen up like an easy.
Me and him have had some. Well, I say discussions. It's him just venting more or less.
And that's 90% of it is just getting it off our chest.
He was my best man at my wedding, one of my best friends ever. But yeah, same way. If he's the one shooting it off, he's good. But if he has no idea, he's pulling out the artillery, trying to figure out what the fuck's going on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So about the middle of June until about the middle of August, I'm on high alert. And because I know at any given point in time, some asshole is going to light something off within the neighborhood. So, I don't mean any disrespect towards anybody. I believe in everybody having a good time, being adrenaline junkies, but know your surroundings, know your people within your community, and understand what kind of impact it has. That's all I ask. And I mean, I found out just in the last 5 years that we've got more veterans in my subdivision than I ever anticipated, from Vietnam to Desert Storm. And we kind of congregate together during times like that because we know we're safe around each other. So if something like that happens, we're either in it all together or we're helping each other out of it, God forbid it. If we're all in it together, neighborhood's fucked. It's an act of war at that point in time.
Well, one of the cool things that you guys do at J. Mattingly is the make your own bottle online.
Yes.
You can create your own label, pick your own wax. So I want you to talk a little bit about that because for everybody out there that might not know. But I also see that you don't really care what you put on a label because I just made an America Fuck Yeah. And we'll ship that out too. And I went to the cart and everything, and there was no like, oh, you can't use that word. Yeah. So, but yeah, no, I mean, if you could let people know, like, because that's something really cool. I mean, it's $100, great bottle, you get great whiskey in it, and you get to pick your. I mean, you can talk about it. You get to pick your blend, and it's really cool thing you guys do.
It's 100%, and when I say 100% personalized, the JMAT experiences and even the single barrel experience, blending has more of an impact because you are creating something that nobody else can have, or nobody else may ever create. So a single barrel experience you got 7 barrels that you'll actually go through, everything from rye to MGP bourbon and everything, everything in between. Whereas your JMAT experience, you pick your mash bill and then you sample those barrels and you start putting your percentages of each barrel, or 1 or 2 barrels. Well, actually 2 barrels or 4. So you got your choices in there. But your percentages that you put together is creating your own unique blend. For that to be duplicated, unless you go 50-50 or, 25-25-25, to 100%. If you create something unique, that bottle is going to be your own individual bottle. To run across that flavor, to stumble across that flavor from somebody else that did it is going to be very unlikely. So when you leave, not only do you have a bourbon or a light whiskey or a rye or even a MGP bourbon, but when you leave there, whether it's 1 bottle or 3 bottles, chances of somebody else having that is chances of somebody else picking the winning lottery ticket on the same day in the same drawing that you did.
Yeah.
So that is the unique part of it. But that's only part of it. The personal experience that you get from being able to sit down there with one of our bourbon aficionados and actually sampling and getting the profiles and spending time. That's the one thing we don't do is we don't rush. We don't set a time limit.
Me and Adam know about that.
We've got an expectation that a JMAT is only supposed to last an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. But those are only expectations. Those are not hard stop limitations. So you get that one-on-one unique experience to create something that you're not rushed to create. But when you walk out of there and you have that 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 bottles that you've blended and created yourself with a handwritten label and the wax that you've had dipped, you picked, that is not something that's going to be picked off a Liquor Barn, Total Wine, or any other liquor store that you go to. That is truly uniquely your own blend. Now, we do everything in our power not to document or save those blends, even no matter how good we think they are, whether we stumble across something, we try to keep them unique blends. So we try to keep them from a confidential standpoint. So once we blend that paperwork goes into a pile that gets entered into what used to be whiskey systems. And that's it. You never see that paper again. Now we have been known to mix a 375, and savor that on our own because we've found somebody that stumbled across something that is uniquely very good. But we won't bottle it and put it out for sale. That'll be for an individual. So whoever created that experience has that opportunity to blend a little bit extra and bottle it themselves and take it home for them to enjoy. But it doesn't go out to the general public. So that in itself right there is getting you hands-on in the barrels, whatever mash bill you pick. And when you go home and you tell your friends, hey, try this. And they're like, holy shit, where'd you get that? Well, you know what? I created that. I created that at JMAT. And that's everything to us. Because when they come back, and we've had return customers, numerous, and still getting return customers. We got one from now a husband and wife team. They were law enforcement in Tampa Bay, Florida. When they came up, they worked together. The second year they came up, they were boyfriend and girlfriend. The third year they came up, they were engaged. The fourth year they came up to create their blend, they were married. And I said, well, I can tell you one thing. If you come in next year and say you're pregnant, and I know Jay Mattingly 1845 had something to do with it. But they're bound to determine that the next time they come into Jay Mattingly, they're not going to be pregnant. So I've kind of challenged them with that. I said, abstinence is your friend at this point in time. Otherwise, you owe me a lot of bourbon and a lot of money.
That's
So, but we get personal with our people too. We get to know who they are. We get to know their personalities, their backgrounds, and I don't want to sound this in a bad way. We feed off of that because you may get people that have experienced the same thing that you have or similar things. And if you enhance certain things like that, you create a better experience as well. But ultimately, the experience is one thing. The juice that you create is a whole different thing.
mm-hmm.
That's something that you can savor for years and years and years and years. And to me, that's priceless. That's priceless.
Yeah, when a couple years back when me, Adam, and our buddies were trying to figure out our
itinerary.
Little itinerary, I sent a text out. I was like, "It's up to you guys." Like, because we said we were going to hit you guys up. What was the old
Bourbon 30.
Yeah, where was that one? Georgetown. Yeah. We said we were going to hit him up, and I said, I don't care what you guys do. I'm doing the was it like $175 for the Jay Mattingly experience, whatever it was, 150. I was like, you guys could do whatever you want because it's pay when you get there. Or at least that's how it was. I was like, I'm doing this one. Like, I want to sample the barrels. I want to make my own. And Adam immediately goes, yep, I'm doing the same thing. And the other guy said the same thing. And yeah, it says, like you said, an hour and a half, 2 hours, or whatever it was. We got there, I think, like 2.5 hours before we closed, or you guys closed. We were there probably an hour after you guys closed.
Oh, if you think we close the distillery at 5 o'clock probably every day, we may lock the doors at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
But we may not be walking out and or escorting customers out until 6, 7 o'clock at night.
I think all of us did our blends within the hour and a half. I think we actually stuck to that time frame.
You're talking about the after party.
Yeah. Like Adam said, we can't remember who was actually at the distillery at that time, but they had their laptop up, and it was June or July, I can't remember, and baseball season's full swing, and they had a game on, so we start watching baseball. They start pulling bottles off the shelf and trying this and that, and I think it was like an hour or two after close is when we finally walked out. Thankfully, it was our last tour of the day, or last experience of the day, because I don't think we could have done another one. But yeah, we were there for at least 4 or 5 hours. It felt like, at least, just trying, like, doing our blends, trying their blends, trying some new releases that are coming out, and just hanging out. They basically said, we need you guys to make purchases now. You guys stick around, but we need purchases now because we're closing in about 15 minutes. So we did our blends. I bought the hat, some shirts, some Glens, whatever else. And then we just hung out for a good hour or so 2 hours afterwards. And then we all decided, hey, we're hungry. We've been drinking all day. We need to go get some food.
And that's the one thing that if people are looking for that smaller craft distillery type experience, by all means, don't come in at 3 o'clock in the afternoon after you've already hit Woodford, Four Roses, Wild Turkey, Buffalo Trace, God knows how many others. Especially if you're coming in to get a personal experience like a J-Mat experience or a single barrel experience. If you're coming in to do a 7-flight tasting, that's fine. Now, depending on if you can stand up on your own is whether we serve you or not. But the bottom line is there's not too many people that we've turned away, because most people come in relatively respectful. But the bottom line is do yourself some justice. Is if you're coming in for an experience, come in fresh, or come in 1 or 2 distilleries in. Don't come in 5 deep and expect to appreciate the bourbon that we create. Because everybody's got a unique blend. Everybody's got a unique crafting style, and do yourself justice to get your best experience from every distillery that you go to. So don't pack 7 distilleries in a day. Focus on 3 or 4 and space them out. Don't put them back to back to back to back to back. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you don't remember where you live or what hotel you're staying in.
We did that. Not. So we did Louisville the first year, and then we did Lexington the second. And Louisville, everything's right there. So we
Louisville
try
Yeah,
is
but
also
you're-
a shit show.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you're also not the inexperienced.
and we hit
True.
like we hit. I don't even remember. I'd have to look back at the sheet, but we hit a bunch in Louisville,
I wanna say it was
Lexington,
like 12, 13.
something like that. When we did Lexington, we did was it like 4 or 5 in Lexington?
Let's see. We went to James Pepper. We went to
RD1.
RD1.
I was just at Pepper last night.
we
saw
went
you
to-
guys, of course. We went to
Uh,
Buffalo
not
Trace. We went to Glens Creek. We went to
Castle and Key.
Bluegrass Distillers, Castle and Key.
Whiskey Thieves.
We
Whiskey
did go to
Thieves.
Whiskey Thieves. We went to Four Roses. So fuck, we might have fit in like 12, 13 that year in Lexington too.
Yeah.
But we went to, so here in Lexington we went to Pepper. We went to RD1. We went to Bluegrass Distillers. We went to Barrel House. So that's 4 right there, 4 or 5.
I think the day we went to
All Tech.
I think the one we went to Bourbon 30, we did the Pepper, Barrel House, RD1 because they were in that same strip.
And
And
I said All Tech, but that's
Have you guys been to Wilderness Trail yet?
No,
That's another one down
Yeah.
in Clarksburg, Kentucky.
that's the one I want to go to.
I've been intending
But-
to go. My dad used to work with Shane
Yeah.
Baker.
No, their bourbon is a little spicier, but I've thoroughly enjoyed the tour of the distillery down there. They definitely are barking up the right tree. Now, I will say this much: there's a lot more spice to their bourbons than what I'm used to. So you may get a 115 that drinks like about a 140, but that's not a bad thing.
No.
You know, it's just nature of the beast. Do we get every blend? Do we get every single barrel? Do we get every crafted barrel that we think is perfect? Oh no, we're real. Okay, so those barrels that we craft that don't turn out exactly like we anticipated them to, we got what's called fillers. Okay, so 5 to 10%, of that barrel isn't going to alter the taste drastically, but it's going to give us the gallons to create the number of bottles that we actually have to produce.
Yeah.
So we utilize everything within our distillery. How we utilize it is unique because we find a place for every barrel, whether it's a hazmat barrel or whether it's freaking premium. So we find that way to fill in between. And that's the one unique thing. We've got a bunch of young people. Damn. I couldn't ask to work with better people.
Yeah.
And knowledgeable. I'll be like, damn, you can't put that barrel in anything. And they'll bring me a freaking blend that curls my toenails.
Yeah.
In a good way.
Yeah.
And I'm like, what the hell did you do? And they're like, oh, we threw a little bit of the hazmat barrel in there to bring the octane back up. Well, shit, you found the sweet spot. You should fire. I never questioned them after
That
that.
sounds like a terrible job.
I'm telling you, man, I am not a master blender by any means. I will get a base blend together, and once in a while, I will pull shit out of my ass, and you throughout the distillery, you'll hear, "Hey, Todd just won." But if I'm off just a little bit, I rely on my other staff, and some of these people may be in their 20s, but I'm telling you right now, outside the box, they can help. So we don't discriminate anybody. I mean, I'll bring a freaking glass up into the gift shop and tell the gift shop staff, hey, try this. Tell me what it needs. Shit, that's a blessing.
I mean, that's pretty awesome. You know, you can rely on the folks that
Absolutely.
are working in ancillary positions, even you
Yep.
know, to tell you, you know, and that's. I mean, and I think that's probably pretty fucking awesome from their perspective as well.
Yeah.
Because I'm willing to bet that Buffalo Trace doesn't. I mean, they might. I don't know. I don't know. I'm talking about practices.
I can't call anybody out that
Right.
I don't know 100%
Right.
for sure, but
And
bottom line is from a military standpoint, when I hear all hands on deck,
all hands on deck.
it's all hands on deck. We have less than 20 people on staff. It's not a large volume of employees.
Right.
But I'm telling you one thing right now, the employees we have,
Mhm.
they will tell you it tastes like shit. Or that's a damn good blend. But they're not going to hold back just because of whatever position that person holds.
Mhm.
They're going to tell you to, you know. And we're the same way with our customers. You know, they come in for a JMAT experience and they think, what do you think of that blend? Let me take that blend and tweak it just a little bit
Mhm.
and put our professional spin on it to help them or guide them in a direction that we know they're going.
Mhm.
They're just not there yet.
Mhm.
And that's the beautiful thing about it is most of our customers are like, what'd you do?
Mhm.
You like it? Because that determines whether I'm going to answer that honestly or not. So,
Well, in that same vein, what would you say the percentage, if you had to put a fine point on it, of people like us
Mhm.
that would come in there and blend something you would expect it to, you know, be halfway decent? I mean, you know, versus the people that you get walking in that are aware of what is going to occur, but aren't necessarily as inclined towards a great blend right off the bat.
Percentage wise, we get about 40% people like you all
Okay.
that come in and know what they're talking about, know their palate, and know exactly what they're trying to achieve.
Mhm.
The other 60% is, I just want to try it.
Okay. That would be the
So-
fun part for me, that 60%. You
Oh,
know
yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, it's,
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I like the fact as a bourbon drinker that, you know, I can pretty much pick out what it is that I want. If I walk into a bar and somebody says, what do you want? You know, for me, it's a matter of, do I want that bottle or that bottle or that bottle? Because I know they're all great and the rest of
Yes.
these are not so much. And I might have to stand around and think about that for a minute, but at least I have it narrowed down to what I want if they've got a huge selection across the fucking,
So,
but helping out folks that don't know what they're looking for or whatever. I love it whenever somebody finds out that I'm a bourbon drinker and they're like, okay, well, I usually like this, but I'm not, you know, real well versed in what's out there. What can you help me? What would you
okay.
recommend?
So in my eyes, I've got 3 phases of bourbon drinkers. We got bourbon connoisseurs.
Mm.
We got knowledgeable bourbon drinkers.
Mm.
And then we got novice.
Mm.
Okay. So the people that I know just from talking to them, they know what they're doing and they're talking about.
Mhm.
I may not bring that group to the JMAT experience room or to the single barrel experience area. I may take them to the production area
Mm-hmm.
where we have a more in-depth selection of barrels.
You hear that, boys?
Okay.
We're going to the production area. I'm gonna talk
So-
our way into it.
I'm not the only one that does that. So that's part of our job is to feel out who they are. Not feel them up, feel them out. Okay. There's a big difference there. I got called into HR a couple of times for that. So I've learned to readjust myself. But bottom line is you read the people that come in that door and you go from there. You wing it sometimes. So if you really feel that they know what they're talking about, bypass those 2 areas and go straight to production
Mm-hmm.
and allow them to pick something that's going to blow their mind.
Mm-hmm.
Not saying that the other areas won't. It's just that we want to give them the ultimate experience. So when you find somebody like that or a group like that, you take them in there because it's the difference between one bottle and 5 or 10 bottles. Okay. Does it make me sound like I'm a car salesman? To a certain degree.
That's part of what you do. It's a fucking business. You got to sell some shit.
So if I feel these guys or gals or both are bourbon connoisseurs and they really know what they're talking about, I know if they create a blend from a different area, from a larger selection of barrels, they're going to buy more bottles. It's not working the system. It's making sure that your customers are happy. And that's the way I look at it. That's the way a lot of us look at it. Cameron, Zach, Bradley, Dakota, all the guys that do a lot of these experiences. If you get to know how to learn how to read people, it's not that we make more money. The distillery does, but we don't make commission off of this.
Right, exactly. You get paid what you get paid.
But what we do is we get returning customers. And returning customers is better than making a commission.
Yeah, of course. That keeps the doors open.
And you establish a relationship.
Absolutely.
So we take things very personal at J. Mattingly. And whether everybody else does, I do. And I know there's a good portion of the staff that does. So if you happen to get one of those people that's not in that way of thinking, I'm sorry. But for the majority of us, we are very, very focused on customer satisfaction. So
I'm pulling up I've got the website pulled up here on my phone. I thought at one point it looks like maybe that's on Shopify. That's why it's not pulling up like I want. I was going to say, I'm pretty sure you guys, at least at one point, had pictures of all the staff. And
they revamped that.
Yeah, I was going to say it's not on there anymore. But
they hired me, and then they stopped doing it. And I'm like, I take that kind of offensive.
Yeah, you should. But no,
I think I'm pretty handsome.
I agree.
Thanks, sweetie.
He did see my lipstick on the glass.
I haven't seen his butt yet, but I did see the lipstick on the glass.
But
this episode might be coming to a close real soon. These two might have to.
This is the edited version of the podcast.
Yeah. Now the guys that were there when we went used to be on the website, and I could have told you their names. I'm willing to bet they still work there, or at least in the bourbon industry. But they were younger. You know, one guy was in his 20s, one guy was late 20s, maybe early 30s. They were both cool as shit. And we were going to get them on. They gave me their fucking business card, and I don't have my wallet.
Well, let me just say this. So the person and the individuals that you have met and brought on here are the important ones.
Oh, they're, you know. True.
They're too young.
But they
ain't got enough life experiences yet.
True. But they were cool as shit while we were there with them.
Oh,
yeah. Like Jerry said, they didn't kick us out. They were cool hanging out and talking and watching baseball.
A president of a distillery that's in his mid-30s. You got a chief operations officer and vice president that's actually in his middle 20s.
Right.
You got a production director, the main lead of the production area. He's mid-20s to the high end of the 20s. Actually, no, I think he's mid-20s. His brother, who actually does the staving of these barrels when they come in, we proof them, sample them, and then he staves them accordingly. He's in his mid-20s. So Dakota is on the high end of his 20s, early 30s. He's pretty much the lead guy for the gift shop.
Okay.
So, I mean, and then we got 4 veterans that work for, Jay Manning, me, and 3 others, Sherry, Rick, and Jeff Hall. So, I mean, you got a versatility of a lot of people and a lot of age ranges, but even the young people have been in it long enough to know what they're doing.
Sure.
Bradley is phenomenal. Zach, if I can't get a profile or notes down, just like something's bothering me, I'll take it to him and say, hey, can you analyze this for me and document and then we'll compare notes and see what we come up.
Right.
And everybody is so eager to jump on board and be a team player. It's not even funny. Even Rick, who's a Marine in his 70s, retired, law enforcement. It was actually a school law enforcement for a long time.
Okay.
He wears bib overalls, and I'm telling you right now, I mean, he's got the worst dad jokes you'll ever hear. But the bottom line is that everybody from oldest to youngest plays a role and has a substantial impact on that distillery. And I couldn't be happier to work with a staff that I do. I couldn't. I mean, it's just, they make me better at what my job is.
So, going to the dad joke thing, what's orange and sounds like a parrot?
No idea.
A carrot.
Jesus.
I saw that one. Was it last night or the night before on Instagram? I was losing it. And
my gosh.
The wife goes, "What?" So I turned to her and I said the same thing. And she goes, "That's fucking stupid." I go, "But it's good."
Oh man,
anyway.
that's awesome.
Anyway, Adam, did you hear that one?
No, I did not.
Oh, you got to.
What's orange and sounds like a parrot?
I don't know.
A carrot.
A
carrot. He was talking about dad jokes. I heard that one the other day, and
that's a dad joke right there. That is a dad joke. I tell you, one thing I'm really excited about is getting Paul to the J. Mattingly experience.
Yeah, that was.
I'm all for it.
I'm not saying it because Todd's on here, but that was probably one of my favorite experiences when we did the Lex.
100%.
It might be. It was definitely one of my favorites in the Lexington. Them with Whiskey Thief are right up there. When, like you said earlier, when every time you could thieve out of a barrel, and you just kind of hang around. There's no time whatsoever. They don't kick you out. It's always going to be a good time. But it might be one of my favorite overall distillery experiences.
Yeah.
Buffalo Trace has a great one, but again, you're not going to go into the Rickhouse and thieve out of Blanton's or Buffalo Trace or E.H. Taylor. Four Roses, same thing. That was a great experience, but you're not going to be thieving out of barrels. And for the most part, these legacy, if you want to call them legacy Big Five, whatever you want to call them, for the most part, their experiences are the same. Like, you're going to learn the same thing. You might look, obviously they all have different histories. But to be able to just,
you're going to get that experience every time.
Be able to just hang out. Like, I don't care that you're using that Kentucky limestone water, because everyone in Kentucky uses that water because you're in Kentucky. I get
and
it.
Everybody up and down the East Coast is the same limestone shelf.
I get it. I want to be able to sit down and have basically like we're doing here, just like a normal conversation, like we're sitting at a bar, we're sitting at a cigar lounge, whatever, and just hanging out and having fun. And that's how it was with you guys, how it was with Whiskey Thief.
Thank you.
Like, it was just a good time. Like,
I've got a secret to my experiences. Okay. So you see how light that is? Okay. When you actually come in to do a JMAT experience or a single barrel pick with me, I make it a point to hold my thumb on the end of the thief to keep from bourbon coming up into the thief until I get it to the actual bottom of the barrel. And then I bring the bourbon up into the thief. So when I actually pull your blend and start mixing your blend and or your single barrel, it's darker than the average of what you would just thieve in put in 375 milliliters or 750, whatever the case may be. I go to the bottom of the barrel all the time. And everybody's like, well, that's the good. Well, yeah, it's the good. But you don't realize as that bourbon moves down, it's creating more good,
Mm-hmm.
and more good,
Mm-hmm.
and more good. So why would I short my customer of the good shit versus, yeah, it's good. There's a difference there. So every one of us has got personal tricks that keep our customers coming back. And that's mine. The darker the bourbon means I drew it from the bottom of the barrel. And that's where the flavor's from, especially with the extra staving in there.
Always.
Exactly.
So
Baby.
this one's a 13-year light whiskey. This one
Nice.
is a 6-year-old bourbon, and
Nice.
you can see see the color difference.
So
the
Yeah.
6-year-old
No,
bourbon
you're-
is
that's
so much
exactly
more darker. And
Well, we
that's all
actually just
that
got
also
done-
comes from that one barrel I was talking about earlier that
Yeah.
was 99% char when we were drawing it out. And it gives it just that extra something you don't like. It's not like an overpowering tannin or whatever from aging too long with the barrel. Like there's a little bit of that in there, but I think like it's not like overpowering. That being said, the lighter one, the 13-year, it's a 13-year light whiskey at 135 proof. So that one's going to put a hair on your chest.
oh yeah,
But
that'll help grow your beard out.
or burn it off when you spill it on, one of the two.
Yeah, well, just
but-
don't be smoking a cigarette or lighting any flames around it. You'll
I
be
got-
all right.
2 lighters in front of me and a cigar.
Oh man.
But yeah, like I was saying, it was probably one of my favorite experiences. Definitely one of my favorite, or definitely my favorite from the Lexington trip. Like we said, we did Four Roses, Castle and Key, Glens Creek, Buffalo Trace, that whole, and then the Lexington area. It might be one of my favorite of all, like that I've ever done. We did Louisville, we did Lexington, I've done Bardstown. We have a couple distilleries here in Florida. And like I said, it's just that whole being personal, just be able to kind of hang out and just chat. And if we have questions about like me, Adam, and the guys we went with, and Paul, if he comes with us next time, like we know about stills, we know about this and that. Like we're really not looking like, yeah, we want to see the still. We want to get a picture of the still. But we don't really care about it. We want the bottle, we want the whiskey inside it, and learn about you guys. Like, oh, there's distilleries out there that, we got the biggest still ever, and I was like, that's cool. I get a picture of it, and I'm never going to look at it again. I want to know about
we got Eddie.
I want to know about the story, the history, and that kind of stuff.
Let me tell you a little bit about Eddie. Okay, Eddie is our still. Okay, so in Georgetown we didn't have a still because, from a code standpoint, the brick and mortar was too small for us to actually have a still. So we were sourcing bourbon. We still source bourbon to this day, but we just released our 2-year inaugural barrel, the very first barrel we ever filled with our own distilled spirits from our new location on 20 Riley Road in Frankfurt. It's at a 130. It's not proof down. 2 years old, staved just like every other crafted barrel in our distillery, and it's a wheated bourbon. And I'm telling you right now, at a 130, that 2-year barrel is phenomenal.
Jerry's ears
So,
just perked up because
yes.
I heard wheated.
So I am telling
that-
you this because I'm not going to share what may or may not be in that care package.
So
But
so since it's a bourbon, obviously it went into a new oak barrel.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
you went new oak barrel plus staves with new make 2 years.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that.
That's phenomenal. But don't let me be the judge of that. Okay.
I don't know. If only we had. If
after I
only
get
we
these
knew
care
somebody that could get us some samples or something of this.
Right.
Well, I tell you what, after you guys receive your care packages, we will recommence
Absolutely.
on part 2 of this podcast.
Oh, there will be
Absolutely.
part 2,
You guys-
3, 4, 5.
We'll,
So,
we'll talk ourselves into a slur of words.
and then maybe one of these
probably.
times, all 4 or 5 of us, if you want to bring Jeff in here, or shit, maybe we'll just go to the distillery one time and just do a live feed from the distillery and just all of our drunk asses stumbling everywhere.
You want to blow shit up on the internet, right?
Yes.
Well, that's one way to do it.
Does
And
a duck,
actually,
does a
we'll
duck
get
with a
Jeff,
boner
me,
drag weed?
and Cecil, our distiller.
Let's make it happen.
We'll get all 3
Make
of us
it
on here,
happen.
plus you guys.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. And I'm
Yeah.
telling you what, Cecil isn't your average master distiller.
Okay.
Cecil is a Louisiana boy
Oh boy.
from the Bayou, who basically at the age of 10, maybe 12, built his first
Still.
still.
Okay. Awesome.
But on the
Yes.
on the off seasons when they weren't stilling, they would hunt raccoons
Mm-hmm.
for coon peckers.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay. So the funny thing is the inaugural barrel actually has a foil stamped coon pecker on the back of the label. So Cecil is right up our alley. Let's just say that. Just tell him to leave the coon pecker at home. We'll be all right. But yes, we are. Yep. There's a coon pecker. How come it's so clean?
That-
He uses it like a toothpick.
Adam's good with that.
You weren't gnawing on that thing, were you?
Yep.
Damn, has it got any flavor yet?
It's so much flavor. There's so much flavor. It's like a
There-
neck bone.
There might be some corn flavor on it.
A little bit of peach too.
Well, actually, Cecil taught me something too, though. I didn't realize that the raccoons that run down the road or across your yard that have their back arched isn't because they're defensive at that point in time. Those are the males. And what they're trying to do is keep their pecker inside. So they arch their back. And I'm like, are you freaking serious? Or are you blowing smoke up my ass? And he's like, no, dude, I'm being fucking serious.
That's weird.
And I'm like, so now when I see raccoons running down the street in my subdivision, you always see that one with his back, his back arched, and I'm like, buddy, I know you go. Oh man.
Okay.
But
Well,
yeah,
I'll
it's
stay away from them.
so a little lesson in the coon peckers. Didn't think we were going to get to that part.
Oh, we'll get there.
Yes, for the record, this Navy guy was holding a coon pecker in his hands, and it's not foreign to me. I guess I just shared a little bit of personal experience there. But oh man, I told you I'm an open book and unfiltered.
I'm good. I'm good with
You
it.
sure?
Yeah.
All right, you're not going to go back and edit this, are you?
No,
There is no editing.
It's live right now.
We're live on YouTube. The only editing
Yeah.
I do is I do an intro, I do our little outro music, and then I might do little cut scenes of like if we're talking about a bottle, I might blow it up on the screen, but there's no editing whatsoever on any of
Beautiful.
of our words.
That actually might
Gary's
be one of the
job.
cutscenes that gets
Oh.
on Instagram.
That is going to be. I have notes of what I want to do for reels, and that Navy man
Gary's
holding the
job
pecker
is
is
editing.
definitely a reel that's going to be clipped out and
I'll
made
tell
into a
you
reel.
what.
Jerry,
You have no idea how much I appreciate that because I'm telling you, real is not something that should be edited.
No, we
Period.
like I said,
Jerry would have to work too hard to edit this.
Shit, out of this
So
2, 3, whatever, how many hours we've been going at this, he'd probably end up with about 5 minutes.
so when me and Adam did our other podcast, and I was editing it, I was trying to cut out all the ums and ands and like the filler words, and it would go from an hour and a half down to about 40 minutes or so. There was just so
Oh,
much
man.
work. Like,
Yep.
I don't care. Like, this is
Right.
us. This is you. This is us. Like, this is how we want to be like, there's no reason to edit it down to make it look more professional if you want to make it quote unquote, because people don't care about it. We're not that big. We're not national to be like, oh, well, these guys are saying they don't know what they're talking. We know well, kind of know what we're talking about half the time.
Right.
But
chances are we've drank it.
Oh yeah. Well, that's another thing. You start putting drinks in our gullet and whatever. There's a lot of what was it last week or 2 weeks ago? Whenever we had Black Star Line on.
Last week.
Was it last week? We were talking about something and I had a question in my mind and on my computer, and next thing I know, I completely forgot what I was going to say. And I was like, all right, I don't know. You guys figure it out. I got to figure out what the question I had, because I lost we went on this like 15-20 minute tangent. Well, not really tangent, but like tangent of the question that I had. And I lost it and couldn't get it back. And I was like, whatever. There's no editing. Like, no.
Just go with it.
Just go with it. Like I said, we're live on YouTube and Rumble right now. And if people watch it, cool. If not, it still stays up there. Hey, you found a little bit of it.
I did. I had to go dig it out. I wanted to make sure he got some.
That is definitely the bottom of the barrel.
I mean, that is. It's tasty as fuck too.
Yeah,
hang on a second.
You got to have some of it.
Let me put this down.
The
old gray mare needs to go to the back pasture.
That's right.
I don't know. You blend some Green River and some MGP. That Green River, to me, I get a lot of like sweeter peanut butter, peanut notes, and then that MGP just with that nice spice and cherry note in there, just mixes real well together.
So recently we've come across, we've got away from the Heaven Hill. I wouldn't say we got away from it. We've kind of run across some barrels that are a little more cost effective, which is our Lux Row. And a couple of others that I can't mention publicly.
Okay.
Because they don't want to bottle it. They just want to sell it and get it out of their warehouse or the rick houses. So we've purchased a shitload of it.
Okay.
Let's just say this. Ozzy Osbourne would be proud.
Okay.
But all I can say is after we staved them and aged them, they have become phenomenal.
Okay. Okay.
And, comparing them and mixing them with Lux Row has created some amazing blends, but I also have created a lot of amazing single barrels.
Okay.
So alone or mixed, they're phenomenal.
So we are fans of Lux Row and MGP and everything in that whole lineup up and down, whether it's Penelope or
Remus
and whoever else is in that whole Lux Row. There's so many brands nowadays in that line, but big fan of that whole
old Ezra. Shit, I got one over here, right? Nope, that's not.
So when are you guys planning on all gathering back in here again?
This summer.
This summer?
Possibly.
Hell yeah, baby. We need to make that a date.
Yeah.
And we need to schedule it.
Yeah, we do.
And I mean, really, to be honest with you, I would love to accommodate pulling a podcast directly at the distillery.
Fuck yes.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay.
That'd be the only one that we've ever done at a distillery.
Well,
be the only one we did outside of our houses.
Indeed.
Yeah. Well, I welcome you. I invite you.
That would be amazing. Hell
and
yes.
I will put together a staff, including me,
okay,
to be able to cater to you guys 100%. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. And the powers above me have given me the option to do that.
Well, that's
and they trust me.
Did they give you the power, or did you just say fuck them? Or both?
Technically not say that on the air. I will be incriminating myself, which isn't the first time, but well, I'm just glad you all are comfortable with me. That's all I got to say, because that means the world to me. No matter what experiences I've had in life, no matter what I've been through, no matter where I was, but you guys see me for who I am today.
Absolutely.
And everything in my past has made me who I am today. Has everything been colorful and roses? Hell no. Has it smelled like potpourri? Hell no. It smelled like freaking rotten ass horse shit. I can show you the barrel that I've tried to climb out of multiple times and see all the claw marks inside that barrel.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, life is troubling. Yeah, it's challenging. But all in all, being around people like you all and talking with you all makes me realize that I'm not the only one. You know,
You're not the only one.
But if your life wasn't trying, it wasn't challenging, I would question about who you are as an individual.
Sure.
Because believe it or not, I'm a firm believer that you learn by your mistakes more than your good doings. Because your mistakes lead you not to do it again.
Yep.
Well, most of us anyway.
Cheers to that.
I will state this much, and I will only state this one time publicly on air. I'm trisexual. I'll try anything sexual. If I like it, I'll try it again. But he about choked on his bourbon. But no, I'm about as real as you're going to get, and about as unfiltered as you're going to get. And everybody that knows me here in Lexington, as well as back in my hometown, shit, they know that I don't even know what's going to come out of my mouth at any point in time. So, but that's me, and I love it because I don't have to worry about it.
Sure.
You know, but the one thing I do know is I never have to think about what I said to you because it's always the truth.
Yeah.
And that means everything.
Sure.
Now, people that have to stumble and pause and remember what they were saying, you can call them out as bullshitters every day of the week.
Unless you're drinking, because I forget what I say when I'm drinking half the time.
I forget what I'm saying most of the time, drinking or not. However, you can guarantee whatever's coming out of my mouth whenever I remember to say it is exactly what I meant to say when I said it. When I thought it.
Chances are, if it's self-induced, I'm probably going to forget it. But if I'm not self-induced, oh man,
yeah.
So
you know,
You're definitely on the right podcast. These
Yeah,
two
yeah.
guys have seen me say some things to some people, and you know, there's been times where people have been like, I can't believe you fucking said that. And times when people were like, you said exactly what needed to be said, but I've always done.
Well, there's times I've said something and I'm like, oh fuck.
I had that reaction until I was about 23, 24 years old, and then I stopped saying oh fuck and just said, oh well, it's out there now. Fuck it.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm at that age.
It
now.
is what it
I'm
is.
pretty much like that. I always envied my grandfather. Of course, he stepped up when my dad passed away. But my grandfather could get away with so much shit. It was just mind-blowing to me. He would go to the grocery store, and he would take me with. And he would sit there, and, I mean, I go to school with these girls that are checking him out. Okay? But I get it now.
Yeah.
But I knew he was harmless. He wasn't a pedophile.
Right.
He wasn't a pervert. He was just somebody that enjoyed life. And that's everything I've modeled myself around, is to be able to laugh, smile, and have a good time. Because I know what it's like to stress and hope to God that you don't blow yourself to pieces. So that's where I'm very happy to be on this podcast with guys like you, unfiltered, unedited, and just to be me. And I can't thank the three of you enough.
Well, we can't thank you enough for taking the time to come. We're ecstatic to have you here. We've been excited for weeks now. And
I hope I didn't let you down.
not at all. And now I mean, hell, you gave us something else to look forward to, right? Getting the three of us there. Come and hang out.
We may not remember
We may not.
that day. But
Y'all
damn
have
it,
cameras though.
it'll be documented.
We may have to edit.
It'll be documented.
We may have to edit that.
Yeah, that one might have to be edited.
You might make the website.
You know what? With the day we're planning to have, we should make the website.
Absolutely. But no, I'm seriously. I will definitely get the information to you guys on new releases, profiles, the whole 9 yards, proof, alcohol volume, the whole 9 yards. And by all means, I am serious when I say I would like to continuously, not just a one-time deal, be able to provide you with samples, as well as some care packages as well, because it's guys like you that make an impact in the bourbon community, but also in the veteran community, and that means the world to me.
We appreciate that.
100%.
However, I need to stipulate that if that's going to happen, you have to come back on with us.
Yes. I know it's a lot. It's a lot to ask for.
But that's okay.
I mean,
I'll take one for the team. Okay.
Okay.
Just saying.
I feel your
All
pain.
So talking about these releases, do you guys have a normal shelf release outside of all these like military or are they all like these like military collections?
Okay, so we do have SKU brands that we actually release. So your normals are going to be Bourbon 3090 proof, Bourbon 3000 proof, and then our classic staved, which was previously called our double staved. That's actually, those are the three common that'll be on our shelves at all times, no matter what time of the year you walk in, or no matter what year it is. Those are the three consistents. Outside of that, we have our military and our limited editions, whether it be a bourbon blend, a single barrel, a rye, a light whiskey. Normally, most of those will have handwritten labels. Okay. And then we have our military line, which those we usually preempt with preface of marketing. So we'll put them out there a month before we release them to kind of get what kind of feedback we're getting as far as the demand on the bottle. And then we will adjust how many bottles we create from that feedback on social media and or email blasts in our database. So last year was a huge production area for our military. Have I learned? Yes. Because of the simple fact is just because it's a military bottle doesn't mean it's going to sell great. So how would you say it? I've cautiously weighted the waters to be able to say, okay, now I need to be a little bit more selective on what I release on the military side, to give room for our normal in-house picks. Okay, so we're not flooding. I'm not flooding a bunch of military bottles in a gift shop and online without having our rye picks or our light whiskey picks, or even our Kentucky bourbons or our blends. So I want to be able to find that happy medium to where we can actually produce limited editions of selective blends without being military funded and or military based. And hopefully that all made sense to y'all. But to the general consumer is we want to produce not only military bottles, but we also want to produce normal bottles that don't have a donation attached to them, that allow us to sell it at more of a marketable price. Does that make sense? Okay. So we still want to keep the military line going, but it doesn't have to be our primary function to keep the distillery going. That's just a separate program that we benefit veteran organizations with, law enforcement organizations, firefighter, EMT, that kind of thing. So we're trying to find that happy medium. And that's everything that I work on every day to find that happy medium, to be able to say, hey, I'm not the primary target of this distillery. Okay, we need to appeal to the masses as well as our military divisions.
That being said, on your where did you just go? On your website, you have land, air, and sea for the Navy SEAL. Was it the Navy SEAL Foundation? How'd that come about?
So we actually started working with the Navy SEAL Foundation. We actually created a contract with them saying that we would pay them X amount of dollars per year to be able to create the Navy SEAL bottles. We have since revised that contract to be able to create, instead of just one Trident series, is what we called that. You could buy all 3 bottles for a discounted price, or you could buy them individually. And that would produce X amount of dollars for the Navy SEAL Foundation. So we've actually revamped that and lowered the price on this new bottle that came out, which is Navy Solo Warrior, which that altered a little bit of the donation amount, but it allowed us to create 4 bottles throughout the year. So each quarter, a new bottle will be released rather than just carrying the Trident series, month after month after month after month after month. But it's also at an $85 price point, which it is proofed down a little bit, but the flavor is still there. The actual enticing flavor of the bourbon is still there. So we're actually benefiting them better and allowing us to, how would you say it, create a better selling point for your enlisted men, because Navy SEALs don't make 6 figures. Your average enlisted men don't make 6 figures. So we're trying to get our military bottles back down to anywhere between $60 to $100, so we can appeal to the currently serving enlisted men as well as connoisseurs and collectors. So we're trying to be a little bit more realistic and a little bit more cost effective.
Yeah, the labels for the I guess the Trident, the land, air, and sea are awesome. With whether it's like the guy jumping out of jumping out of the plane or on the land or sea. But you say proof down, 100 proof. It's a good proof for that. I haven't tried it, but 100 proof is a solid proof. It's what I like to start with. Adam likes a little bit higher proof generally, but 100 proof is a good one. It's not like it's an 80 proof like some of these other ones are, or not you guys, but other brands or whatever.
And that bottle, the Navy SEAL Solo Warrior, that is a design that it's going to be hard to beat. It really is. I've already got the next 3 designs set in motion. So without dropping the ball before it's time, the next 3 bottles for each quarter coming out this year is going to produce the same amount of donations to the Navy SEAL Foundation as the Trident series did. We're just releasing them quarterly, so they become more of a collector's edition. The Trident series is actually going away probably within the next month, so you'll actually see that disappear from the online store, because that was just the contract we had at that time with the Navy SEAL Foundation. So now we've gotten away from the multi-year contracts with these military organizations, and we've gotten to more of the per bottle contract. So we can offer more types of bottles for that organization throughout the year rather than 1 for 2 years. Now we got 4 for 1 year. And becomes more of a collector edition and more of a, for the people that actually serve in those divisions, something for them to look forward to or have served in those divisions.
Nice.
So we're making changes. We're flexing as we go.
Yeah, there's some cool bottles, whether it's the combat infantry, the combat medics, the SEAL ones we were just talking about, test platoon, the combat action, which I think you guys had there. I think you guys said earlier.
Absolutely. I'm surprised there's still some in it. My bad.
And then you
have
the
lightweight.
and then the USA Cares one that donates to USA
Cares. USA Cares. There's only 22 bottles left online, and those are the last 22 bottles that we actually have of that.
Okay.
They will never be produced. That design will never be produced again. Now, we are working on the next design of USA Cares, and we're only planning on releasing 250 of those as well, so people can understand that we are working with the organizations to create new and opportunistic times. So that's the beauty of it, and that's where I'm bringing the division to. So if you procrastinate and you don't buy, and it's sold out before you get to it, sorry.
That being said, I think our next giveaway might have to go hand in hand with one of these charities. Adam.
Yep, I agree. We did a giveaway. We tried to last year.
We tried to.
It didn't work out, but 2 years ago we did one. We gave away a bunch of beer products that were made by veterans, some cigars, and what was it? A bottle. It was a bottle.
The first time was samples, cigars, and beard products.
Samples, that's right. Samples instead of a bottle.
This last one, we were trying to give away a bottle, but no one wanted to follow the rules and donate to a charity to win the bottle.
Right.
All right.
They just wanted to like and share.
Now I'm going to give a little teaser because I'm jumping on board with this.
All right.
Okay. I'm jumping on board. Both feet. Geronimo type style.
All right.
Okay. Just to give you a little preface, building the anticipation.
Okay, let's do that.
Okay. So I got 2 bottle releases coming this year, and both of them are significant dated.
Okay.
For historical facts.
Okay.
How about 2 giveaways this year?
Okay.
And I'll put together a J. Mattingly basket for both of them.
Okay.
Which includes your bottles, your Glencairns, and a little bit of swag to go with it.
Okay.
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 So we'll do one giveaway sometime in the spring after I get that first bottle produced.
Okay.
And then later in the fall when I get the second bottle produced.
Okay.
And I'll be more than happy. And I know I can speak on Jeff's behalf. I will produce that. I will come on and actually help promote the giveaway, the raffle, whatever you want to call it.
Okay.
And we'll go from there.
Okay. That sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah. So the way that the way that we do this is we ask that they donate to their favorite veterans charity.
Mm-hmm.
They don't give us any money at all. They donate directly, and then so $5 gets them in, and then every $5 after that is another entry. They just have to show us proof of said donation.
So I can set a link up with an online company.
Okay.
That would actually take care of the donations with certain charities. We can list about 4 or 5 charities
that might work better
with the links to where they can go to this website.
Okay.
Produce the charity amount for it, and then they'll actually have proof and be automatically entered into this giveaway.
That will work.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So that way it's completely off our hands.
Yeah.
Except for the donation of the actual packages.
Mm-hmm.
And then we will actually ship them to them. That's the only time we will actually have hands on.
Okay.
The rest of the time will be online presence, and it will be handled by somebody outside of your control, as well as my control.
That works for me. Yeah.
I've done it before for Rolling Thunder. I'd be happy to do it again for this.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. Yeah,
absolutely.
That would be great.
That'd be awesome.
We're willing to donate if they weren't having to show us something that was, possibly, I don't know, might contain financial information and then personal information as well. which I completely understand. And it also, what was I was going to say? It takes away any kind of doubt that it might be rigged.
But it also opens up to organizations that they may not even know existed.
True.
That I think is the issue. So the first giveaway we did, you got double donations for BC 40 Hunts, which was Brian Dewar and 10th Mountain Whiskies, their charity that they were working with. And then what was the one that Anthony and Litbeard was working with?
I can't remember, but that was his own personal. He's from Wisconsin, and he walked to California to raise awareness for.
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, good dude.
We basically said if you donate to these two charities, or one of these two charities, you get double entry. And I think that was a little bit easier for people because they didn't have to do their own research outside of like, hey, these two distilleries, let me see which one I want to research and donate to. This last giveaway was just donate to any charity. And I think some people are like, well, I don't know. I could be completely wrong, but people could be like, I don't know which one to donate. There's so many out there. So I hate to say narrow, like give them an option for these 4, 5, 6 charities. But at the same time, I think that might help with, and if you got, you said you wanted to do 2 of them, both times we could do different charities for both. Like we do different charities for both of them, kind of help out.
Absolutely.
Each one. So I think that was the issue with the last one is we didn't give them like, hey, this is the charity we're working with. You get double entries, and I think people just there's a lot of charities out there that are, I hate to say it, but
so what I'm thinking is I can actually produce the organization and charities that I've actually vetted already.
That's what I was going to say. I think that's a good
which is a substantial list.
Yeah.
And that goes from everything from a small charity, small organization, charity wise, nonprofit, all the way up to a larger nonprofit. I would like to utilize these for the smaller organizations that struggle a little bit more, because I've got everything from Tunnel to Towers to Combat Infantry Association to 82nd Airborne, all the way down to the little boys like Forgotten Coast Canine, which produces PTS dogs for veterans and law enforcement officers and EMTs. Okay. And I'm kind of partial to that because I know Chris, who's actually a veteran, a canine officer as well. And I have one of his dogs as one of my own service dogs. So I kind of lean towards the smaller organizations that are already previously vetted, that I've worked with, just because I know how much they're struggling and how much good they're doing though in the process. And these people are the ones willing to throw their last dollar into the organization to make sure that it benefits somebody that needs it. So I'm going to throw this out there. Might be a little bit of teaser, get some food for thought. So we hold one in the spring, early summer, and one in the fall around Veterans Day. And then hopefully if people can make that contact information with 10th Mountain, maybe we hold one at the beginning of the year for collaboration with 10th Mountain.
So it's funny you would mention that because the last giveaway we were doing, they actually donated a bottle. That giveaway didn't end up happening because nobody did what we asked, so we still have that bottle. So
if we take a barrel from 10th Mountain and a barrel from J. Mattingly,
we could do a double bottle giveaway.
That would be dope. That would be dope.
That's a collaboration of not only a bottle that we can produce.
That would be great.
But also a giveaway that is going to be maybe a one-off. Might be more. But these are the types of things that the bourbon industry does. Because we're not discriminative to the point where like, screw you.
Right.
My bourbon and no bourbon.
Right.
I also know about Drop Zone Bourbon down out of Tennessee that's actually owned by 82nd Airborne Associations, actually 82nd Airborne veterans. And he's been wanting to do a collaboration with us for for a couple of years now, and I'm thinking I've never had that opportunity to be able to do that with it. So there's multiple opportunities that we can create, not just for the podcast, but future benefits to organizations that are struggling.
Yeah,
that do good
that
work.
would be good. That would be great. I'd love to be able to, even if it's just one time, say that I did something that was worthwhile like that. You know, I mean, the first time we raised, I think like $200, something like that. I mean, and I felt good about that amount ever since, because that was $200 that didn't exist for that.
Think about if you can create 2,000 to 10,000.
That'd be great. That'd be awesome.
You know?
And I'm curious, Jerry, would you be able to talk to anybody within Spirit Animal and see if they wanted to help us promote this situation? Because I know you know some of those folks, and I mean,
any giveaway, whether it's the Spirit Animals or any of the other whether it's whiskey or cigar podcasts that follow us, then we interact on a daily basis. We could push this along with,
or even a collaboration. You know, I mean, if we can put one collaboration a year between veteran orientated type distilleries, that would be great. I'd love to jump on board with you guys on that and not steal it from you, but to run with it you guys.
Come on with
us. We can talk to the Spirit Animal Society, whether, like, I don't know, we could figure out who in that. So the Spirit Animal Society, if you haven't heard of them, is just a society of people on Instagram that joined each other, and we all have our own spirit animal sort of deal. I could talk to the founders or the head honchos or whatever you want to call them, and see if we could get
a lot of what they do is bourbon oriented. By the way.
It's all whiskey oriented or spirits oriented. But I could talk to them and see if we could get like a kind of like a raffle with all the veterans in the group, and maybe do like a single barrel selection or something.
Absolutely.
With that, same thing with some of these other cigar or whiskey podcasts. A lot of them are veteran or oriented sort of deal. We could work with them and some groups that I've been a part of, or even beard products. Whether it's Lit Beard Co. is no longer, but some of these other veteran-owned beard products, whiskey companies, cigar companies, and maybe do like a single barrel or a selection or something, and do some kind of collab that way too. Jacob would be a good one. He was
Marine.
Marine. I was gonna say, was he Marine? Yeah, we could do some. He's got a huge following with his beard oils. We could. He's great dude. I probably talk to him a couple times a week, just messenger or on posts, whether it's on the podcast or my personal one. We could. There's a bunch of people out there that we could get a hold of and collab with, and
because the beard oils are one thing, because obviously I care about that. Beer, obviously I was born and raised in the Northwoods, so beer was pretty much an object of my life since I was about 10 years old. Now that I've been in Kentucky, bourbon's on that list as well, but it doesn't mean that you all don't have to be restricted. So, I mean, if you want to do bigger and better things, by all means, it's all about meeting the right people at the right time. And I'm a firm believer in that the good Lord, no matter what your religious beliefs are, puts you in line with certain people at certain times of your life, at certain moments for a reason, whether they're good or bad. For the most part, I like to think it's more for the good. So if we want to make an impact and we kind of want to team up, and I'll use my my contacts, my network, I'd be more than happy to run something on the sidelines to be able to make an impact. I really would. I think I would love that. I'm not afraid to travel. So if you put something in motion that requires me to travel to a distillery or a brewery, by all means, just give me the heads up. I'll make it happen, because in essence, it's all about the end goal. It's not about today. It's about tomorrow. It's about what we achieve. And I'm all for that. I mean, that's one thing with me is you're going to find out that when I say open book, I'm willing to read a script that you think might become a book, and team it up with 7 other scripts and create a hell of a novel.
There you go.
Okay. So, I mean, you got a friend for life now. You're stuck with me, y'all. There ain't no divorce in the situation here. Okay.
I'll say this: if this works out and you need to go to Vail, Colorado for a blending trip, you can count on the 3 of us coming with you.
I tell you what, more the merrier. That's all I got to say. Because you know what? You can make memories by yourself.
Yeah.
But the more memorable experiences is when you got multiple people involved.
That's right. Yeah.
Because they'll never let you forget your downfalls.
That's right. They'll remind you of every fuck up you made
along
the way.
Remember that time you sneezed and farted at the same time?
That's every time I sneeze.
Shit, I'm afraid to sneeze at my age. Yeah.
Might shit yourself.
My daughter, my 7-year-old, did that the other day. She sneezed and farted, and I said, "Girl, you better go wipe." Because I guaranteed, when you're in your 50s, you ain't even gonna question that shit.
That's right. That's right. So, my last question is, how, we know how we know about your military experience. We know about you working with Jay Mattingly.
Yep.
How has working for Jay Mattingly impacted you as far as the things you took away from the military? Not how has Jay Mattingly been influenced by that, but how. So, for instance, the PTSD.
How it's affected me.
How it has affected you. How does it help you? How does it, all those things? How do you channel that energy into your job with Jay Mattingly?
It's been a blessing in disguise. I didn't know what that impact was going to be. That's a hell of a question. But I can honestly say, from the bottom of my heart, it's been a blessing in disguise, and it's been a benefactor for me. I serve a nonprofit organization. I serve my country. But for 20 plus years, I was in a profession that, and I'm going to say this lightheartedly, the IT world doesn't give 2 shits whether you're a veteran or not.
It doesn't.
Okay. So when Jeff allowed me to make a choice and submerge myself back in the veteran community, I didn't know how it was going to go. And that is the scariest feeling in the world. Because I knew I was going to be dealing with military personnel again. I knew I was going to be dealing with military organizations that benefit veterans. And I didn't know how that was going to go. But it's been the best thing part of my life. My wife has noticed a difference. My kids have noticed a difference. My mental stability has benefited from it. It's like having an epiphany moment.
Sure.
Almost like an intervention. And when I'm in a gift shop, or when I get called to the gift shop, because we have a group of veterans in there, they want to meet the person behind the tribe. And if Jeff's there, great. But if he's not there, I'm the next in line that has to represent that military line. And I can't say enough. I can't. I've been on more bases in the last year and a half, almost 2 years, than I have been in the last 30 years of my life. And the one thing I've recognized is when I go to these organizations, whether it be Fort Benning, Fort Campbell, Fort Bragg, Eglin, wherever the case may be. When I go see my son on, Camp Pendleton, seeing him dressed as a Marine, even though I'm a Navy sailor, it's never a more proud moment. And when you got divisions, whether it be special forces, or just your typical standard veteran that's did his time, did his duty, or her duty for that fact, and think that they didn't really do nothing, you can reassure them that what they did was everything that they should have been doing. And mentally, from my standpoint, I sleep a hell of a lot better at night. And that's a huge change from surviving to excelling. And I can't thank Jeff and Jay Mattingly 1845 enough for giving me the opportunity to better my life and better the community. I mean, it just really has, and I don't mean to get emotional with you all, but damn. If I can equate it to something, it's like winning the lottery. It really is. That's the best I can explain it. So it is what it is. And like I said, your path is laid out in front of you for a reason. And this has been a hell of a reason and a hell of a situation for me to be in order to say that it actually bettered my life rather than made it worse. And I love it. I love every fact. Every day I walk into that distillery and people show the respect, the military personnel that you don't or haven't seen on a daily basis. And that's, hell, I don't even feel worthy of putting my name to that sometimes. That's how overpowering it is. To be honest with you, I answer them with, hey, I'm just another guy that's trying to make a difference in this world. That's it. I'm trying to give back. I'm trying to continue what I chose to do. But, you've heard veterans say it before. That oath never expires. And that's the one thing that I'm very proud of, is that my oath has never expired, nor will I ever let it expire until the day they put me in my casket. And at that point in time, I'm going to be a warrior of Valhalla. And I'll be looking over people even to this day. Even to that day, I'll still be looking over people. So it's become more of a job. It's become more of a chosen path, which is pretty deep considering the lighthearted conversation that we've had for the last 2 hours. But you guys wanted emotional and real, unedited, unfiltered. And I can't be any more real than that. I can't be. And I thank Jeff and the staff at J. Mattingly 1845. I thank the customer clientele, the other distilleries that show the respect and want to jump on board and be able to continue helping more and beyond what just J. Mattingly 1845 does. So if you think I'm moving, creating a movement, I'm not. I'm just on board with that movement that Jeff had started back in 2016. And I couldn't be more proud of carrying on what Jeff started. And Hell, unless they fire me, I ain't stopping anytime soon. Damn it. And that's going to be a very depressing day if that ever happens. So, but I can't thank you guys enough for having just a regular Joe like me on board, and to be able to share my experience, and to hear your experiences with J. Mattingly 1845. I can't thank you enough for that. Thank you.
We can't thank you.
Thank you
for coming on.
That's, if you have me back, it ain't gonna be my only time.
We'll have you back. Maybe.
Oh shit!
So I say
the
maybe.
Closing argument right here.
All right. So for those of you that may be listening and not watching, our friend Todd here is from Michigan.
Oh no!
And you get up that way, you're gonna know about this. Or if you listen to us, you're gonna know about this.
I gotta go. I gotta sign off, guys.
My lord. That Jeff has never had the pleasure. I'm sorry, Todd has never had the pleasure.
Has Jeff tried it?
No, I don't know if
I can actually rub it in his face that
I don't know if you want to rub it in his face that you've tried it.
So, Todd's never had.
I hope he's listening right now, Jeff. If you're listening, screw you.
So Todd
Oh,
on a second note, hopefully he's not listening, so we could get him to drink this.
Well, after he sees this, he's going to be inclined to come on just so he can experience it.
Yep. So,
shit! He's got a bottle of that.
My mouth is salivating, and I don't have anything over here.
All right, I'm not sure where to go with this horror story. Okay,
You'll soon find out. You'll soon find out.
Go accept it, and wait, because there's nothing that will get this taste out of your mouth.
So the rule is, what is it, Paul? 15
I'm not
seconds
a dog.
after
I
you
can't
try
lick
it?
my own ass. Okay,
that wouldn't make it better.
No chaser for like 15 seconds.
Yeah,
that's
Jesus.
You gotta savor the flavor.
You're bringing me back to my youth when I would do anything.
Oh well.
Okay.
This will get you there for sure.
What the fuck is that? Oh my god! I've drank turpentine better than that.
Oh.
I'd rather lick resin out of a freaking bong.
No, it's bad.
Told you.
Oh god.
Told you.
Oh god.
It doesn't get better.
Where's my fucking water?
Oh, 15 seconds. 15 seconds.
Water
come on, man.
Water
It's
doesn't.
gonna be 30 at least.
Water doesn't help.
Oh, thanks. I appreciate that.
Oh. It's good stuff, right?
Ah.
I'd rather drink freaking Robitussin. Wow.
God, it's so bad.
It makes me want to buy a bottle of that and bring it to the distillery just to
it's
wreak
so
havoc
bad.
on everybody.
It's so bad.
That's what it's made for.
Oh my shit!
It's made for wreaking havoc. It's not made for.
I'm gonna taste that when I shit in the morning. You know that. Oh my.
Oh.
Oh.
All right. 15 seconds is up.
It doesn't get better. It doesn't get better.
What did I ever do to you? I thought we were friends.
We are. We're extra friends now.
Yeah, you're in the club now. You're in the club.
Oh, it's awful.
Wow. Damn, I'm about to spit my dentures out, and I don't even have dentures.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
What the hell were you thinking, dude?
Like I said, hopefully Jeff's not watching, so we can get him some of this.
Tanner, take that to the.
I'm taking that to Jeff, and I'm gonna pour him a stiff one. And he can kiss my ass.
They have a barrel aged version of that, and it's not better.
Better yet, I'm gonna film,
I was gonna say,
and then I'm gonna send it to you so you can air it.
We'll put
Yeah.
that.
I was gonna say, if you give him a shot of that, you got to video it.
Oh, I will. There ain't no doubt about that.
Oh, it's terrible.
I've got a lot of videos of Jeff in it that I'm not allowed to show to the open public just because we've traveled together multiple times. And I told him not to wear that Speedo that one time because he bent over and it became a thong. And I told him not to do that.
I've seen Jeff when he has been drinking. And
he's fun.
He's a good time.
I'm not saying you won't need bail money for both of you.
He's a no. If Jeff ends up in jail, you can bet your ass you're going.
You need to just throw that glass in the trash, man.
It's really, really
you can't even rinse that shit out.
It's bad. It's so bad.
These guys over here think that's freaking hilarious.
Oh yeah, they do. Because they know what it tastes like.
Well, Paul drank it.
I did it with you.
Some too.
I just didn't have any with me.
It's
for a reason.
It's horrid.
A special bottle.
If I get halfway home and I start hallucinating, y'all are getting a fucking phone call. Okay?
Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Oh, God.
My wife will be like, "What the hell were you thinking when you drove your Jeep through that cornfield?" I was tracing down the devil.
I was getting that motherfucker.
I was gonna run his ass down.
Yeah. God.
So what are your tasting notes on that one?
Shit. Dark shit.
Yeah.
And just shit in general with maybe a little bit of corn kernels
so
on
bad.
there, okay?
Remember when I told you it tastes like slurs? You didn't believe me?
No, that's actually doing it justice, okay? I'm sorry. But that's wrong. You misled me.
Here we go. Let me see.
Well,
shit. No, let's go.
Yeah. This is
well, like I told our other
It
guest,
didn't glass that shit wasn't in.
Yeah. For sure.
Hint of diesel.
It helps.
like I said to our
I
other
just need
guest,
something in my mouth that's got a different fucking flavor.
Right.
Okay?
Oh, it's awful.
like I told our other guest, and the other times I've had it on here, the first
That
time,
is so much better.
Mm-hmm.
the first time I had it, my tasting notes was because it's from Chicago. Well, it's from Sweden, but Malort and Jepson's in Chicago. It tastes like a homeless man in Chicago that's been walking through the city after it's been raining. He takes off his socks and drains it through
Grass clip.
well, I say like rings it out over your glass and you drink it. Paul then added in, you wring it out through grass clippings and it filters through grass
But
clippings.
it's not even grass clippings. It's like the
shit underneath your mower.
Stuck inside your mower when you finish.
You're missing the tank that he puts it in when he filters it.
It's a diesel tank.
It's the 25-year-old freaking combat boots that he's been wearing without changing the insole. God, I tasted toe fungus on that. That's the tasting note I got was toe fungus. Okay.
How do you know what toe fungus smells? It tastes like.
That's a different story for a different podcast. Okay.
On the next episode.
Yeah, exactly. On CSI Files.
There's our first short clip for Instagram right there. Toe fungus.
Oh God. Oh God, I still can't get that shit out of my mouth. God.
It doesn't go away.
Break out the hazmat. I
It's
need
bad.
to freaking light my mouth on fire or something.
Jepson's Malort. And
I do.
Jepson's actually makes.
That's a freaking bad way of showing
That's
it.
the hazing process for people that I like.
They actually make a bourbon. They actually make a bourbon that's pretty good. Actually,
They do. I have
this
two
is
of them
just their.
upstairs.
This is their
Jepson.
product that it's just like the
They get it from
gotcha
MGP.
product, but they do make a bourbon that's pretty damn good.
Yeah, they get their bourbon from MGP, but that shit right there, they make themselves, and they should stop.
Okay, so I've come to a conclusion. You
But
all
then
are
we
back.
couldn't do this. We couldn't do this if they stopped.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's bad. It's
Oh.
real bad. It's real. But like, if you ever want to make anything taste better, drink some of that first, and then
It
Whatever,
still won't
you know,
taste
Okay,
good.
so I've got 3 people in my life
Uh,
that I'm going to terrorize the shit out of, and that is my inner circle. And I'm going to call them out by name. You got Rockstar, you
okay.
got Chaps,
Okay.
and you got JP. Okay, and that's okay. So 4. Jeff is on that
Okay.
list as well. Those probably are the 4 tightest people that are on my inner circle. That if I ever have a problem with any of my girls and or kids or grandkids, I make one phone call. I know all 4 of them are going to be there.
Mm-hmm.
But it doesn't mean I don't have to be an asshole.
That's right. That's right.
It just makes you appreciate the finer
Oh,
things.
it's so much stuff. Absolutely. It's
I think I finally may have gotten. No.
Yeah,
I thought maybe I gotten past the taste, but
Nope.
it was still
No.
there.
Oh, just wait. You'll burp here in a minute, and
you'll
it'll
burp
come
in a
right
minute.
back up.
You'll
You'll
burp.
taste it in the morning. till
I
you
swear
brush
to
your teeth.
God, you better hold off on your contact information until 2 days from now. Because if I'm up taking a piss at 2:00 in the morning and I belch and lose my shit while I'm trying to pee, y'all are screwed.
You
I got your number. Oh man, I'm telling you right now, man. I cannot thank you all enough. I really can't. I really can't. Even though you tried to terrorize the shit out of me.
now you can see why there's
You know what I
Only that
equate
much?
that to? And it just dawned on me. That nasty ass shit. And I hope you're not sponsoring them.
We would
All I
love to,
can
by the
say
way.
is-
Malort,
is-
call us up.
All I can say is the gut feeling that gave me
that one.
is the same feeling or very similar feeling I had when I was in Iraq for the first time, staring the very first live IED.
We're definitely not sponsored by anybody that makes IEDs.
Well, that's the closest fucking thing you got to it, okay? 'Cause I'm telling you, I wouldn't even hold an open flame to that shit.
Here you go. Here's a commercial. Malort. It's IED in a bottle.
Molotov cocktails, baby. Damn it.
Yeah, it's bad. It's
Wow.
so bad. It's so bad. I've got a picture of my wife drinking some of the barrel aged, and it's
Oh, there's the
There
foot.
it is. You got it out.
Yep.
You got it out.
And I got a picture of my buddy drinking some out of that bottle about a year ago. Their faces are identical. It's the same face that everybody that drinks Malort for the first time makes. This one.
Oh, yeah,
It's
well,
awful. It's awful.
I think you took it to a whole different level when I told you I gagged on my toothbrush. Oh God.
And he's got a brand new thing now that he can this is yours. So don't let that mix in with the others. That is yours.
Oh no. I'm gonna torment the shit out of some people with that.
Pour him a nice big glass, full rocks.
Oh, there ain't gonna be no sipper on that shit.
And the good thing about it is, I don't know if you nosed it before, but the nose is not bad. And
It's
so
not.
it's very deceiving because
And
if
now
you
you want
nose
me to
it,
go back and nose it?
well, no, I'm
Just
saying
go-
that's how you
unscrew it.
it's because the nose is not bad at all.
Oh God,
The
damn,
nose
it
is
smells like
very
weed
subtle, and
freaking
then you
juice.
drink
It
it,
does.
and it punches you in your
Like dill
fucking
pickles
chin.
and weed.
Is that like THC infused or something?
Nope.
Nope.
It
Wormwood.
smells like skunk weed.
It's wormwood and
And
similar shit.
Okay,
to
I've
fucking-
drank some shit with a worm in the bottom of the bottle, all right?
No,
And it
no.
tasted a hell of a lot better than that shit.
No, it's wormwood and nightmares.
This is
Oh my gosh.
this has similar botanicals to Jägermeister.
Okay, so I equivalent that bottle to the Saw series movies.
Yep.
If you want to survive, you
Yeah.
have to drink this whole bottle,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
and you're gonna die anyway.
Yeah. You're gonna die because you're gonna die from the taste.
Well, your your colon and your intestines are gonna fall out of your asshole.
I don't think I could drink that whole bottle. Gun to my head, I don't think I could drink a whole bottle of that.
Oh God, no.
Oh, dude, that's a once a year
Oh
type.
God, no.
Oh, once a year.
Rolling.
We do it every goddamn show now
It's
lately.
almost like once a week.
Yeah.
Okay.
Every
So
guest we have on, we try to do it, and it's horrible.
all right, I'm going to equivalent that to Fear Factor.
That is a Fear Factor bottle. That is.
Hey, I heard they're bringing back Fear
Nightmare
Factor.
fuel.
They should
Oh,
do
they
a
are.
They
Fear
did.
Factor Malort episode.
So
yeah, we should be on it.
we've been watching
Johnny
it.
Knoxville.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm not getting on that episode. I'm not doing it.
I will
We
Fear Factor Malort.
Oh my gosh!
Put it on the episode, Mr.
I'm not doing it.
we've been
Oh.
watching it. The old episodes are so much better.
Oh yeah,
Put-
but
this-
I have
the
to
new
admit,
one-
Johnny Knoxville does put a spin on it.
Oh yeah, the new one's more of like
Put me
the
in a box with snakes and
Oh
spiders.
hell no!
I'm not. I would rather do the snakes and
I'll-
spiders together than
No,
that fucking
not-
bottle.
Believe it or
Not
not,
a
Yeah,
chance.
both
Spiders.
those
when it
Yeah,
comes
not
to
a chance.
snakes, I will drink that bottle
yeah.
Yeah.
before you put me
Yeah.
in a box of snakes.
I agree. I will drink. You can distill
I hate
that
'em.
down to a distilled version of that, and I will drink that before I get in a box with one snake.
If you think you're going to put me in a box and fill it with snakes,
Nope, no, we
you
are.
might as
fighting.
well put a suicide vest on me.
Well, then don't watch the first couple episodes.
No, because I'll have to double up on my edibles and my
Ugh.
PTS meds and a shit ton of bourbon.
I fucking hate snakes, but I would
Because-
rather
let's
be
see.
in a box of snakes and spiders than
Let's
that
see, what-
motherfucking bottle.
One
It could be a
episode, someone's
Baby
in a
4-inch
box.
snake, and I'm not doing it. Nope, I'll drink that whole bottle before you put me in a box with a 6-inch long snake. Nope,
Mm-mm.
not it.
I'm going to pull out the old school. Hail to the no.
No.
Yeah. Hey, I got to go on record. The best episode of Fear Factor is the Chappelle Show episode.
Yep.
Yep.
Tyrone Biggums.
Yep. Oh my gosh.
I can't eat it all.
Yeah, the first couple episodes, someone's in a box of snakes. Then they have to crawl through a box of snakes.
Nope,
And then someone has to get bit by snakes.
nope.
Hell no.
No.
Give me that
Oh,
bottle all
and-
day long. I'm not getting
and-
bit by one, but
And it's more of like a reality where they all live in the same house sort of deal. Kind of like the challenge, road rules, all
No.
that shit.
No.
It's that kind of stuff. And they got to vote each other off sort of deal.
I'm
It's
sorry.
I didn't know
But-
the challenge
I'm
was.
sorry.
I didn't know anything. I didn't know that was an actual show until I started watching this House
Oh,
of
it's-
Villains. Have you guys
it's
seen
still-
this shit?
Oh Jesus.
It's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. It's they take the worst people from reality TV and stick them all in one house, and then they have to play these games and shit. And the only reason I fell into that trap is because of shit. What's it called? The Traders. Have you guys
Yeah.
seen this shit? No, it's
I
on.
haven't
Peacock.
seen it.
It's on Peacock, and they get
Okay.
that like
Keyword there was peacock.
yeah. Now it's a good damn show.
And there's
Regardless
where
of
the
cock.
editing comes into play.
Regardless of the cock, it's a fucking good ass show. It is.
Oh,
Fucking,
man.
they get on there and they backstab the shit out of each other, and it's fucking great. It's I mean it's a train wreck on TV. But this I Fear Factor. I'm gonna have to. I want to watch it just for fucking Johnny Knoxville.
Yeah.
Fucking I love that guy. You know.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, anybody who can take a freaking multiple kicks to the nuts
So
and survive, I'm like, dude, you're just, I can't even compete with that.
they don't work. They can't work. There's no way they still work. But
No. I mean,
yeah.
that's one hell of a way to take a vasectomy,
Yeah.
but I mean, that's just,
for sure.
I
But
mean,
but snakes in a box. It's got to be a
you
big.
might as well kick me in the nuts.
It's got to be a big damn deal for me to take the snakes in the box over what's in the box.
There's no amount of money. No amount of
Well,
money.
guys, before I peel out of here, because I've got to go home and tuck my girls into bed,
Yeah, man.
and family is my life. But I will say this much: I cannot thank you all enough for having me on, and I hope it's not the last time.
It definitely
And,
won't
by all means, make sure that Adam gets your contact information to me
Mm-hmm.
ASAP,
Mm-hmm.
because first thing tomorrow morning, I am going to be putting together care packages for you all,
Thank you.
and including Adam,
Thank
which
you.
I may just hand deliver him so I can get a reach around.
That's right.
And another shot of Malort.
He
Oh,
Wait,
he's taking the bottle.
hold on.
You
a
know
minute.
how to kill the mood. Okay.
He mispronounced "give a reach around" is what he
Take
meant to
a
say.
reach around?
Not definitely.
I mean, if you're willing to take,
Hand
I'm
over
willing
a
to take one. I'm like, hell yeah, I will. I'll keep my eyes closed. Everything is possible.
I've already heard stories about you Navy guys, but
$20 is $20, damn it. It's not gay unless you like it.
neither one of us has to like it.
Like I said, I'm trisexual.
Okay.
I'll only try it again if I liked it the first time. So, just saying.
Okay. Like
There's a difference between us and the Marines.
Okay.
They like everything.
Fair enough.
That's why we still pay them.
Fair.
I'm gonna get my ass kicked by a bunch of fucking Marines on the way home. And I'll be like, take it. No, but no, man. I really want to, and I'm gonna finish it off on a more emotional note, and I apologize for that, but I don't want to close out without saying God bless the 6 service members that lost their life since the strikes on Iran started, because
and their families.
I've been there, and thankfully I'm still here to say this today, that God protected me, my guardian angels protected me, and brought me home to be able to do podcasts like this, but to be able to meet people like you all, and be able to help support the families as well as the service members that may not be so fortunate. We've lost 6 since the strikes on Iran have started. I read those names in our meetings today, with a moment of silence behind every one of them. And I'm not dismissing the 13 that we lost from the pole from Afghanistan. I'm not forgetting the 5,000 plus that we lost in action in the Middle East. I'm not diminishing the 50,000 that we lost in Vietnam. These people got to realize that these people signed up to protect this country from all enemies, foreign and domestic. I don't care what your political beliefs are. I don't care what your religion is. Until you've been in these countries and you've seen the pure evil that these people breathe, live, eat, digest every freaking day, you ain't going to understand what military personnel are facing around the world. And I can say this much: those 6 that we lost was 6 too many. The 13 that we lost in the pullout of Afghanistan were 13 too many. The 5,000 we lost in Desert Storm is 5,000 plus too many. The 80,883 that are still missing in action from back in World War II to present is too many. I don't mean to get on a military kick, but I'm telling you right now, it's what this country is founded under. It's protecting not only our country, but other countries as well. That's why we're part of NATO. And I will say this much: I will stand for every soul that we've lost on every foreign ground, from World War I. Hell, go back to the Civil War. Every freaking one of them, because they all stood up for something they believed in.
Mm-hmm.
And I will back them 100%. 100%. So while we're sitting here still being able to enjoy bourbon, smoking cigars, and talking smack. I hope you guys realize the loss that endured to get to where we are today, and the fight that we still have to carry on from this day forward. I know you guys do. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had me on here. And I appreciate every one of you guys for that reason. And you are a brother for life because of that. And thank you for allowing me to express my personal emotions, as well as my professional side, is to being able to uphold and carry on what Jeff has started at J. Mattingly 1845. And I can't thank you guys enough for that.
Thank you.
So
Thank you for coming here to share all of it.
now the next time I cannot confirm nor deny. I may have or have not had a couple of edibles because then I know what to expect now. Just saying.
I would like to say that.
And this bottle is staying at home the next time.
I would like to say
Oh God,
that,
I still want to throw up on that shit.
Going forward, anytime that you are bound to read the names of anyone lost, regardless of how you might share it in a meeting or whatever setting you might, send us those names.
Absolutely.
And we will share them the same day.
Absolutely. Not only that, but being in a position as far as Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder is a 38-year national organization. I'm just the president of a subsidiary chapter in the state of Kentucky. But anytime that I have an MIA coming home to the state of Kentucky, I will definitely let you know, because the bottom line is whether they're home or not, they should never be forgotten.
Agreed.
And that's why I still run with all those dog tags hanging on that bear on my bike. And a lot of people ask me, are those service members that you lost in the war? No. These are service members that we've lost in all wars. And when I hear that, it hits different. Because I realize I'm not just about the brothers and sisters in arms that I've lost recently, but ones that I've lost way back in the past that I didn't even know. So you're talking about 18, 19, 20, sometimes 30-year-old people that have been missing in action for 50 plus years, and finally getting a chance to bring their remains home to the United States of America. And that hits different because they're like, oh, they would have been 80 years old, or they would have been 90 years old. No. You know what? People don't realize that they've been infinitely 19, 20, 21, 22, 23 years old when they went missing in action. I've never brought home a live one. I don't know if I could handle bringing home a live POW or a live MIA. And that's the only thing that saves my mental stability. So when they say that, I look them point blank in the eyes and say, you know what? That man lost his life and was listed as MIA at the age of 19, 18, 21, 25, 26. That's how old they are. Those remains in that casket are 26 years old. Even though we recovered them 80 years later, they're still only 26 or 20, whatever the case. And if you keep that in your forefront of your thoughts, it changes everything. It changes everything. So I will invite you that the next, whatever the course over the next few years, if we have any MIAs coming home,
Please,
I will let you know. And I would encourage you, as well as the other two, to be a part of that.
Oh yeah, I'll be there.
Because what we do is it's a celebration of homecoming from the tarmac of the airport to the funeral home.
Mm-hmm.
After that, it's a funeral procession.
Sure.
But it's a welcome home
Mm-hmm.
up to that point. Mm-hmm. And that's the way it needs to be viewed.
Absolutely.
So.
Yep, I'll be there. You let me know, I'll be there.
I tell you what, I don't mean to be dark, but unfortunately, when you start talking about military and war, there is some light subjects to it.
Sure.
But unfortunately, I have submerged myself into all aspects of it,
Mm-hmm.
And that includes the dark side of it as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, if anybody understands what it's like to have PTS, what it's like to have served in combat, and what it's like to have struggled to carry on your life.
Mm-hmm.
Take that and compound it with serving
Sure.
in a magnitude that some of us serve. And that's bringing home the guys that have been missing in action.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a personal friend of mine that's actually an honorary member of our chapter. He was 34 months prisoner of war in Korea. 34 months at the age of 19 when they captured him.
God.
He handled 34 months, was released, and re-enlisted to serve through the Vietnam War. Ended up serving 23 years.
God.
Has earned 2 combat infantry badges, a Silver Star, a Bronze Star, a Purple Heart, and lives in Nicholasville, Kentucky.
That's where my business is.
And his name is Charles Ross.
Okay.
He's 97 years old.
Okay.
And I'm telling you right now, I have his memoir. And I will send it to you guys.
Well, I would like to
share that.
I'd like to offer up, he's only 3 years away from his 100th birthday.
God, I hope he makes it to his 100th birthday, because I tell you what, that man is the most humble man you'll ever meet.
Well, that's something we need to celebrate, and I would like to offer my business location in Nicholasville as a place to have said celebration.
Hell yes.
I don't need to promote it. I'm not looking. I'm not calling the newspapers or anything like that unless you guys want to celebrate him through the newspapers. I don't want any of that.
Absolutely.
We don't have to worry about. I mean, we can even figure out a way to do the celebration that involves the newspapers and all that recognition somewhere else. And I hope you guys organize all that, but we can have something there at my space with all his family and whatever, because it's quite large.
Yeah.
Just for him.
Well, I can tell you one thing right now. I'm not going to assume that he's going to make it to 100 years.
Sure.
So in December of this year, when he turns 98,
well, let's do it then.
We will celebrate his birthday. And if he makes it to 99, we'll celebrate his birthday.
Let's do it then too.
And if he makes it to 100,
yep.
Damn, it's a jubilee at that point.
We'll do it big. Let's do it. We've got a big space. That's all I'm saying. It can accommodate everybody, and we've got tables and chairs and all that good stuff. And we'll just we'll put it up there for him.
He is probably one of the most humble men you'll ever meet, and trust me, when I forward you his memoir, and I expect you to forward it to them. It's only about 16 pages long, but it's the only 16 pages that will impact you to a point where you will sit back in your recliner or your chair and be like, what the fuck have I accomplished? And I'm telling you, he has checked me up to reflect on who I am as a person. When I was especially in hostile countries, I didn't think about being a prisoner of war, missing in action.
Right.
It's do or die.
Sure.
And I was at that point where I was like, you ain't taking me alive.
Mm-hmm.
I will fight tooth and nail right to the last bullet.
That's right.
But you are not going to take me alive. So I never had to worry about MIA or POW, because that's the mindset they gave us at that time. I've met Jessica Lynch, who was one of the female POWs from the Middle East.
Yeah,
amazing woman.
My ex-roommate
Amazing.
went through boot camp with her.
Yep. So, I mean, I count my blessings, even though I've seen some of the stuff I've seen. I count my blessings to the point where I'm like, life could have been so much worse. So much worse. And with Jessica, I look back at it because I know how the Middle East treats women.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a ton of respect for her and the demons that she has to suppress. Beautiful woman, too, at that. She's got a beautiful daughter. And I can't imagine what she deals with on a daily basis. I really can't.
I'm sure. Yeah.
So, I mean, a lot of people have to think about, what kind of inconvenience that the country, whether it be the president, whatever the case may be, whatever kind of inconvenience that gives you, think about how much worse it can be.
Inconvenience like not having a safe space at the local grocery store, or some
a timeout
bullshit.
card.
Yeah. We're okay. Well, I triggered. I triggered an event here that's going to lead us down a path where we're going to end up sitting talking for another 6 hours.
That's for the other podcast, the conspiracy theory podcast.
That's right. Okay. But yeah, we definitely appreciate you joining us and spending time with us and telling us your story. Where's the website? I'm trying to find the damn website now.
Actually, you can do Rolling Thunder National or Rolling Thunder Kentucky 5.
Okay. Let's do that.
There you go. And that'll take you right to our website.
There we go. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, so that brings us to the end of another episode of Bourbon, Beards, and Belvederes. We definitely want to thank our guest, Todd, chapter president of Rolling Thunder Kentucky. And what was your title at
I'm a director of the military division at J. Mattingly 1845.
Okay. I thought there might have been a finer point. I didn't want to, but yes.
No, that's absolutely perfect right there.
It's been a great time, great interview. We've been here for almost 4 hours talking now.
I'm surprised my wife isn't blowing up my phone. But hey, that's okay. It just means that she knows, she respects what I'm trying to do here. And drink. I mean,
that's right.
Tell people about my situation.
That's right. We love these products from J. Mattingly. We encourage you to check them out. It's jmattingly1845.com. Or no, I'm sorry, J. Mattingly Distillery 1845.
Yeah, jmattingly1845.com.
J. Mattingly
20 Riley Road, Frankfort, Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
And you just got a little bit of an insight behind basically who works in the background.
There you go.
So it's not just a bunch of people that are trying to improvise and or stand for something that they don't actually stand for.
Okay.
So Jeff has definitely placed people in positions to do what they're good at. And, as far as the military division and representing the military, I can only pray to God that I do what I was asked to do.
Well,
and hopefully I do it well.
I think you're doing a damn good job. From what I've seen so far, I think you're doing a pretty damn good job. So,
thank you.
Take that for what you will. We want to encourage people to check out Rolling Thunder Kentucky, KY.
Yeah,
5.org.
KY5.org.
That's these guys do some great stuff for veterans, and that's a big thing that we're really focused on here at Bourbon, Beards, and Belvederes, and we're really excited to see what we can make happen with these giveaways we got coming up.
Absolutely,
should be a good time. Todd's going to put together some vetted, reputable charities to donate to, and then we can go from there.
I've got several on my mind that I know
Awesome.
are worthy of it.
Awesome.
And everything from scholarship organizations all the way down to just people that are trying to make a difference.
Sure.
One soldier, one dog, one team.
There we go.
That's another one. Tim Duffy is the founder of that. Tim Duffy is the actual fireman that was on his way home when the Twin Towers were struck.
Oh.
And he was in the tunnels on his motorbike and donned his firefighter gear, turned his bike around, and rode full gear back to the base of the Twin Towers to help start saving lives. And now he runs an organization and foundation that actually provides PTS dogs for law enforcement, EMT, firefighters, as well as veterans. So, I mean, the list goes on and on and on and on. And these are people that I've talked to face to face, as well as vetted for many years.
Sure.
To make sure that they are doing what they are saying they're doing.
Very good.
So, yeah, take it for what it is. I'm not the commander in chief by any means,
Right.
But I do a very thorough job
Mm-hmm.
as far as vetting. I will be having a women's veteran bottle coming out this year as well,
Very cool.
which is a salute to women veteran from all war eras, which we know women have been serving in the military since all the way back to World War II.
Mm-hmm.
They've really made their impact at that point in time. And I want to make sure that the women veterans are honored accordingly, because they kind of get lost in the background. So there's a lot of good things coming.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited about putting these giveaways together with you guys.
Same.
I just, like I said, I can't be more thankful.
We really appreciate your time, coming and talking to us and sharing your experience, and being willing to jump in on these giveaways with us and help raise some funds. That's amazing.
Yep.
And on that note, we ask that you, as always, look out. Support your local veterans, active duty military members, LEOs, firefighters, first responders. These folks are out there giving everything they got for us, and the least we can do is be supportive, help them out in any way that they need. Charities or just checking up on their family while they're gone, or anything you can do, just help them out. And then kids, we got to look out for the kids. The world is fucking crazy. It only seems to be getting worse. And the kids are the most susceptible. So let's be on the lookout for all the kids. In anything that you can think of, whether it be strangers approaching them when they shouldn't, or just anything. Let's take care of the kids too.
Yeah. Domestic dispute.
There you go.
Domestic violence is definitely a huge factor with mine. My mentality. I actually lost. My high school sweetheart. I broke it off with her when I joined the military, and she ended up marrying another guy that ended up killing her, and now is serving multiple life sentences, and our kids are being raised by her sister. And unfortunately, I kind of know what it's like to grow up without a father, and so I mean, it's never life isn't always pleasant. So when I say that, I say it with a grain of salt and a spoonful of sugar at the same time, because what we have individually, you, me, everybody that's on this podcast, even the people that are listening, everybody doesn't always have it as sweet as we do.
That's right.
And even my trials and tribulations in life don't amount to squat compared to some people's. And I completely agree with that 100%. 100%.
So, make sure to, again, check out these products, check out these charities, be on the lookout for those giveaways. support all of the people that I mentioned, the veterans and LEOs and first responders, especially with all the bullshit that's going on in the world. Kids, you know, they need our protection. That's what adults are for, you know, protect kids. If you're not doing that, well, you suck as an adult. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah, we're dropping the ball.
That's right. That's right.
You
know. Thanks again to Todd for joining us today, and enjoy your spirits and your cigars responsibly. Until next week, cheers.
Absolutely.
Cheers, guys.
Thank you, Al.
Bourbon, Beards, and Belvederes is produced by Adam Bolden, Paul Rousseau, and Jerry Ullman. Edited by Jerry Ullman. Music by Ryan Johnson. You can find all of our links on our website at bourbonbeardsandbelvederes.com and at beacons.ai/Bourbon, Beards, and Belvederes. As always, enjoy your bourbon and cigars responsibly. Cheers.